Chapter 1128. Fast, it was really too fast, so fast that no one could react, caught off guard. Chu Yang appeared in the crowd, and the crowd retreated like the tide. Cough, cough. This person used all kinds of methods and tried to pry open Chu Yang's hand with both hands, but it was all to no avail. Chu Yang strangled him and said coldly, "Tell me, why can't I scold you if you can scold me? Are you nobler? Then the cause of your death is nobleness." With a crack, Chu Yang broke his neck. Whoosh! He moved again, and the second person who opened his mouth to curse was lifted up by the neck by him. "Wild dog, don't you dare!" Bei Chengxing roared and rushed over. Chu Yang didn't even look at him. He looked at the person coldly and said, "Tell me, how do you spell the word death?" Boom! Bei Chengxing missed, and there was a big explosion. Chu Yang had disappeared. When he reappeared, the third person who shouted was lifted up by the neck. "Am I crazy, or are you crazy? You really can't be angry with me now." Whoosh! 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 Chu Yang's body flashed again and again. With the path to heaven and the 3 space-time gates as space-time marks, he killed all the people who shouted just now. "Wild dog, do you want to be beaten up by a group?" Bei Chengxing chased after him desperately, but he didn't even get to eat a speck of dust. He even injured many people from the East Continent and roared. Chu Yang looked at Bei Chengxing. "You look like a dog now, running behind its master. You're so tired that your tongue is about to stick out." Before Bei Chengxing could say anything, he sneered again. "A group fight? Of course, I don't mind trampling a group of maggots to death. As for you guys blocking this space to guard against my supernatural power, do you really think you can stop me? If I want to go, I will go. If I want to kill, I will kill. Who can stop me?" There was no one within 30 meters of Chu Yang. The move he had just displayed had truly frightened everyone in the East Continent. His space-time divine ability was truly heaven-defying. Bei Chengxing's expression turned even colder. He sneered, "Wild dog, what a load of bullshit you're spewing. Trying to kill me is even more of a joke. I can kill you with a single slap. You want to slap me to death, don't you?" Chu Yang laughed and walked straight towards Bei Chengxing. Along the way, the people of the East Continent opened up a path for them. Wang Bushong watched all this from behind Chu Yang, a strange light flashing his eyes. He said excitedly, "Eastern Maggot is scared. They are scared. Father is right. Only when there are more and more people like Uncle will no longer dare to bully us. Only then will Eastern Maggot not dare to snatch Mother away. Humph. Killing you is indeed as easy as flipping my hand. Even one slap is too much." As the supreme genius of the Star Battle Academy, Bei Chengxing had achieved the 3 transformations of the primitive martial arts, the 3 transformations of the Qi soul, and the 3 transformations of the ascended soul. He had become a rare extreme realm practitioner, so he was rather conceited. He definitely didn't think that a wild dog like Chu Yang would be able to last one round against him. Although this wild dog was a divine arts practitioner, how could that dry well in the eastern wilderness be compared to the sea of the East Continent? No matter how big a frog in a dry well jumped, how could it be compared to a true dragon in the sea? "Oh, if you want to slap me to death, why don't you come and see? Wild dog, what are you showing off for? You're just relying on the space-time divine ability you stole from that broken world in the eastern wilderness. Everything else is just bullshit to me." Bei Chengxing was even more disdainful. "Eastern Maggot, stop talking. Your Grandpa Chu is already in front of you. Hurry up and slap him to death." Chapter 1129. What a pity. I didn't want to kill a wild dog like you so easily, because that would be letting you off too easily. But since you came to me and asked me to slap you to death, I don't mind sending you on your way with one slap." Bei Chengxing sneered. Suddenly, his body turned into a shadow. He was so fast that he looked like a figure in a painting. Just as he said, he only slapped his hand. His right hand was raised high, and the light of the stars was dazzling. At this moment, everyone present held their breaths and watched this scene without blinking. They wanted to see if Bei Chengxing could slap Chu Yang to death. Chu Yang stood still, but his spiritual qi surged as if he was struggling. Then, the spiritual qi turned into mist and shrouded him. "Struggling is useful. You're frozen and can't move, right?" Bei Chengxing's voice floated out. He was even more disdainful. He used the mastery of heaven and earth on Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't respond. He waited quietly for Bei Chunxing to come closer. Then, he waved his right hand and met the shining fingers of the star. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap rang out. Slap! A second slap. The crisp slaps were very loud. The two slaps were like two claps of thunder. They exploded continuously and spread throughout the whole place. However, the place was shrouded in mist. Very few people could see what was happening inside. Only the light of the stars could be seen. I've said it before. Bei Chunxing is a peerless genius. Wild Dog will definitely be slapped to death if he dares to challenge him. It seems that one slap is not enough. Even two slaps are too much. The stars are dazzling and the divine power is overflowing. The strength of the Star Child's slap is terrifying. Wild Dog will probably lose his face if he doesn't die this time. Haha. Bei Chunxing is a supreme state cultivator after all. It's not strange for him to slap a wild dog to death. Many people in the East Continent were amazed. Some even laughed out loud. However, when the fog dissipated, all of them were stunned. They were tongue-tied and had no choice but to swallow the words they were about to say. In the center of the field, Chu Yang was completely unharmed. His long sleeves fluttered as he stood there calmly. As for Bei Chunxing, his face was deathly pale, and there was a clear handprint on his right cheek. Half of his face was swollen, and he had retreated far away. His right palm, which he just slapped out, was completely twisted and deformed. Fresh blood was gushing out, and even the bones in his palm were broken and pierced through his skin. How is this possible? The wild dog actually beat up the Star Battle Academy's genius, Bei Chunxing, until his palm was deformed and his bones were broken. Bei Chunxing is a Lameter, but he's still not a match? In the entire East Continent, there aren't many people in the same realm who can injure Bei Chunxing like this. The wild dog is actually so amazing. Everyone from the East Continent was shocked. Not only had Bei Chunxing's palm been broken, but he had also been ruthlessly slapped by the wild dog. As they had said, half of his face was almost gone. They couldn't help but be shocked. Chu Yang was very calm. This was not unusual for him. Controlling the heavens and earth was useless to him. In terms of physical strength, was there anyone in the East Continent who could compete with him? He could kill a fifth-tier soul fusion realm cultivator with his physical strength alone. Bei Chunxing had actually dared to fight him head-on. He was simply courting death. Wild dog, you. Bei Chunxing's face was pale. Not only was his palm broken, but his entire arm had also been broken into several pieces. Just now, no one knew better than him what had happened. When he slapped over, the other side was like a mountain crashing over. There was no way to resist such an enormous force. Easter maggot, you want to kill me with one slap? It seems that you can't do it. I know myself. It's impossible for me to kill you with one slap, but it's not a problem for me to slap you. As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped over. Wild dog, can you slap me? Bei Chunxing had lost all his face. He roared ferociously and tried to defend himself at the same time. At this moment, he already knew how terrifying Chu Yang's physical strength was, so he didn't dare to touch him directly. His spiritual energy surged and turned into a shield of starlight, protecting his left and right sides. Ha! Chu Yang laughed. I just said that I'll leave if I want to. If I want to kill someone, I'll kill someone. No one can stop me. If I want to slap you, I'll slap you. How can you avoid it? Ridiculous, wild dog. You have the ability to... Bei Chunxing's voice stopped abruptly. He was horrified to find that Chu Yang's palm suddenly flashed past the shield and appeared in front of him, slapping him in the face. Slap! 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 Bei Chunxing's face was swollen, and he was sent flying. Chu Yang looked at Bei Chunxing and sneered. Easter maggot, is there a problem with me saying that you're a waste? If I say I'll slap you, I'll slap you. Is there a problem? Li Shengsan, Su Yiling, and Feng Pelong's pupils constricted when they saw this scene. The people of the East Continent couldn't believe it. They stared blankly at this scene, and Chu Yang's domineering words echoed in their ears. Waste, kill yourself. Chapter 1130. Bei Chunxing's face stiffened. Blood rushed his face. His right arm was trembling, and his entire body was trembling. Wild dog, I was just bitten by you, and you dare to bare your teeth at me? I'm going to knock all your teeth out one by one. Let's see how you're going to bite me then. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. Bei Qinxing was mad with hatred. He roared at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, he was like a star, erupting with dazzling starlight. His entire body became transparent, and the 7 chakras in his body appeared like 7 stars in a line. Crack! His broken bones connected, and his flesh was reborn. In just a short time, Bei Qinxing's broken arm, his twisted and deformed palm, and half of his swollen face were healed in an instant. His handsome face was twisted and sinister, and his steel-like teeth were almost crushed from clenching. At this moment, he was like an enraged celestial monarch. The color of the sky changed, and the stars seemed like they were about to fall and destroy the world. The pressure that erupted caused everyone in the East Continent to be shocked and frightened. Some people couldn't help but tremble. Strong, he was too strong. At this moment, many people finally understood why Bei Qinxing, who was only at the 5th level of the soul fusion realm, could command and shout at Nirvana realm experts. It was because his future was too shocking, and it was limitless. Chu Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Bei Qinxing's 7 chakras were incomparably powerful, so he was able to heal in an instant. Why are you angry? Wild Dog only insulted you to provoke you. He just used his space-time ability to humiliate you, but he couldn't hurt you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive right now. From the direction of the Devil's Bell, an old but incomparably powerful voice rumbled over. It was like a basin of cold water had been poured on Bei Qinxing's head, causing him to instantly calm down and lose all his anger. The Dean of the Star Academy. It turned out that the Dean of the Star Academy and the Dean of the 5 Great Academies were paying attention to this situation. Although the people of the East Continent were shocked, they also completely calmed down. With the headmasters of the 6 Great Academies here, what could Wild Dog do? He couldn't escape the fate of death. Make me angry and mess with my mind. Bei Qinxing said coldly, Wild Dog, it's useless even if you succeed. However, because of a dog like you, I lost my composure just now. It was indeed a loss of face. You're just a mad dog. Why should I be angry? If I don't like you, I'll just kill you. Hee hee. Chu Yang laughed. Eastern maggot, do I need to anger you to kill you? Don't misunderstand. I was just humiliating you. I can clearly tell you that today, I will humiliate you until you doubt your life, until you want to die, until you know how to write the word trash and admit that you are a maggot of the East. Wild Dog, I've seen through your little tricks. Your provocation won't work. Bei Qinxing's anger was completely suppressed. Right now, there was only coldness, killing intent, and disdain in him. He really saw it that way. Chu Yang was just a dog, so why should he be angry? He could just kill him. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a bead. It suddenly enlarged to the size of a small mountain and hung above his head. Streaks of starlight flowed down like flowing water, protecting his entire body. It's the Star Battle Bead from the Star Academy. Immediately, someone exclaimed. This wasn't the end. Bei Qinxing opened his mouth and spat out a white lotus. It shone brilliantly and was as heavy as a mountain. Even though they were very far away, the East Continent's people almost couldn't breathe. They felt as if there was a mountain weighing down on their hearts. Chapter 1131. Crack, crack. The ground beneath Bei Qinxing's feet suddenly cracked, and large cracks appeared. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the ground formed by the corpse of the supreme demon Venerable in the 7 Wheels demonic realm. It was incomparably hard. The parrot had used all its strength to grab the supreme demon Venerable's throat, and its claws had been broken. Although he had absorbed the essences of the 5 souls of the 2 boundless entities in the 7 Wheels devil domain, it was much weaker than before. If the parrot clawed at it again, it wouldn't be able to do the same thing again. However, the ground here was still much tougher than it had been on the outside. However, he did not panic. These 2 treasures were very extraordinary, especially the astral bead. It should be a treasure like his 5 elements heaven circulation ring, but they were only treasures of the soul amalgamation realm. This was not a problem for him. Chu Yang directly attacked. He rushed forward, and his palms and fingers were like hammers. He slammed down heavily on the white lotus, and the halo of the stars instantly shattered. However, the white lotus was not damaged. The starlight became even brighter, and it rumbled down. Chu Yang raised one hand and blocked the force in the air. The white lotus was as heavy as a mountain, and it was a little difficult for his body to bear. The star pearl rose up and flew towards the white lotus. The two merged into one, and immediately there was an endless amount of starlight. Its weight increased explosively, and it pressed Chu Yang down. Only when Chu Yang landed on the ground did it stop. The astral bead is a treasure of the Astral Academy. It is said that it is as heavy as a star and can't be withstood. Wild Dog actually withstood it with just his body. This is unbelievable. Everyone in the East Continent was shocked. However, what made them flabbergasted was yet to come. Chu Yang's hands continuously punched out, and the fists that were formed seemed to be on the verge of collapsing the void. Umph. Bei Qinxing chuckled coldly, and his hands began to form a seal. Immediately, the 9 streaks of starlight above the Big Star Academy and the White Lotus converged and transformed into flowing water. Frigid chi seeped out, and the surroundings were instantly frozen. In the end, the frozen water transformed into an astral saber that expanded to a length of 300 feet, and it slashed down at Chu Yang. Bei Qinxing has actually cultivated the 9 stellar primordial water. It is said that every drop of this stellar primordial water is extremely heavy, and it also has an extremely cold power that can freeze a person to death. What's even more frightening is that he used the stellar primordial water to forge the butcher's knife. This kind of secret technique is even more terrifying. Not only does it kill the body, it also slashes the soul. That should be the Star Academy's 9 Star Blade. It's only the beginning, and he's already using it. How shocking. Obviously, such means are definitely not a trump card for Bei Qinxing. What's more terrifying is yet to come. Everyone from the East Continent watched on nervously. The 9 celestial primordial water could extinguish primordial fire, and its corrosive power was extremely strong. Its cold air was astonishing, and it could freeze and crack fine gold. Furthermore, it was extremely heavy. When refined into the 9 Star Blade, its power was unparalleled. Chu Yang let out a low roar and directly used the 9 revolutions. His arms shook 9 times, and an astonishing 50,000 dragon strength burst forth. Boom, boom, boom. After 9 attacks, the White Lotus cracked, and the Star Academy's star bead was sent flying. Boom! He threw out another punch, and the White Lotus exploded. Starlight burst out, and it was incomparably dazzling. The Wild Dog is so shocking. He destroyed a soul amalgamation realm treasure with his bare hands. How terrifying is his strength? His physical body is even sturdier than a treasure. How did he cultivate? Is he a body cultivator? There's no doubt that he's a body cultivator. Body cultivators are the most difficult. There are very few who can cultivate to the soul amalgamation realm. This Wild Dog is simply too terrifying. Everyone from the East Continent was dumbfounded. They were all in disbelief. The 9 Star Blade slashed down, and the starlight fell on the nearby people like flowing water. It reflected the starlight on their skin, and the cold air was bone-piercing. A thin layer of frost actually formed on their skin. Chapter 1132. The 9 Astral Blade can kill both the body and the spirit. Heavens, the Wild Dog actually caught it with his bare hands and was completely unharmed. Is this the body of a demon god? How can there be such a terrifying body? Rumble. Like a flood, Star North Star activated his 9 celestial knife. The starlight was like water, overflowing in all directions. It flooded towards Chu Yang. The 9 astral primordial water could melt metal and devour iron. A single drop was enough to penetrate and freeze a cultivator's body. It was like a surging flood. Just how terrifying was its power? It was simply unimaginable. However, Chuyang was like a huge sun. His entire body shone with boundless light like a dam. He blocked all the primordial water and even evaporated it. It couldn't do anything to him. Crack! Crack! The nineteen astral blade was broken by him and turned into primordial water and starlight. In the end, it was completely dispersed by him and no longer posed any threat. Such a scene shocked everyone from the East Continent. The nineteen astral blade that was refined with a secret star technique couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was destroyed by the wild dog's bare hands. How is this possible? Bei Qingxing's expression finally changed. He immediately wanted to distance himself from Chuyang. The wild dog was undoubtedly a body cultivator. If it was a close combat battle, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. He was very sullen, especially after hearing everyone's words. The genius of the Star Battle Academy was actually defeated. That's a supreme genius of the Star Battle Academy. But he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the wild dog. Everyone from the East Continent was shocked. Su Yiling, Li Shengsan, and Feng Polong also had solemn expressions. Body cultivators were extremely difficult, but Chuyang had cultivated to such a level that he could fight across realms. Trash! I'll slap you until you doubt your life. Chuyang's speed was extremely fast. Just as Bei Qingxing was about to retreat, he arrived before him in an instant. His palms and fingers expanded to the size of millstones as he slapped down on Bei Qingxing's face, causing the void to buzz. Although Bei Qingxing was astonished, he wasn't afraid. He summoned his astral pearl back to protect himself. Can you do that? Astral pearl. However, how could he have imagined that the palm was unparalleled, and it had sucked dry all the essence of heaven and earth in the surroundings, causing a large vacuum to appear. Its might was shocking, yet it wasn't trying to slap him, and it was instead grabbing onto the astral bead. He had been completely fooled. Chuyang was toying with him like a monkey. Easter maggot, you're really naive. With such a low IQ, I'm worried for you. Pa! Chuyang grabbed the star bead and pulled it back. Then, he used the reincarnation gourd's soul-slaying, soul-devouring, and detaining power Upanishads to erase Bei Qingxing's soul seal. Ah! Bei Qingxing felt as if one of his hands had been chopped off, and he immediately lost connection with the star bead. A tearing pain also came from his head. Pa! Chuyang's palm slapped out again. This time, it was as if a muffled thunderbolt tore through the air, and it was extremely fast. Bei Qingxing noticed it, but he couldn't block it in time due to the tearing pain in his mind. Half of his face was smashed, and his flesh was badly mangled. Pa pa pa! Chuyang didn't show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He raised his hand and slapped repeatedly. Because of this, he immediately felt a great sense of danger. It was the Academy Master of the Star Do Academy. He turned his head and looked over. Don't worry, old maggot. This is just humiliation. Humiliation over and over again. If I want to kill him, I'll do it in front of you. What are you worried about? His words were shocking, and he really wouldn't stop until he scared someone to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone from the Eastern Continent was shocked, and their minds buzzed. The wild dog actually dared to speak to the Academy Master of the Star Do Academy like this. He really didn't know what respect was, and he didn't know how to write the word death. The Academy Master of the Star Do Academy was definitely one of the big shots of the Eastern Continent. Who would dare to be disrespectful to him? The wild dog actually said that he would kill the most outstanding genius of the Star Do Academy and his disciple in front of him. Crazy, he must be crazy. Chapter 1133. Wild dog, I'll kill you. You're not worthy enough for me to kill you. The Academy Master's cold voice sounded from the direction of the demonic bell, following which the extremely dangerous aura disappeared. Chuyang looked in that direction and sneered. I hope you can still maintain your composure later. Don't let me see the Academy Master of the Star Do Academy acting like a cornered dog. There was no reply. Instead, Bei Qingxing's voice sounded. Wild dog, I was bitten twice by you. This will be a lifelong humiliation and a permanent stain on my life. Bei Qingxing's entire face was mangled, and even his bones could be seen. Chu Yang's slap was so powerful that it had completely shattered the bones in his face. His entire face had caved in, and it looked extremely terrifying. Just then, North Star's words were dripping with blood. "Hurry up and treat your injuries. I'm still waiting to break your spine and trample on your dignity and pride. Easter maggot, who are you trying to scare with that face of yours? Don't you know that I'm the creator?" Bei Qinxing's appearance was very terrifying, but Chu Yang's voice was even colder. His voice sent chills down one's spine. "I'll humiliate you, but I won't kill you." What kind of contempt did Wild Dog have? What kind of self-confidence did he have? He really looked down on North Star. Crack, crack. The North Star's seven-wheel soul reappeared. The bones on his face reconnected. His flesh and blood wriggled and grew. At a visible speed, the mangled face was restored to its original appearance. The handsome face was once again revealed to everyone. His new skin was very white and tender, and it had a layer of luster. It was extremely dazzling, but there were many bloodstains all over his body. Even his hair was stained with blood. He still looked very pathetic. "Wild Dog, I've been bitten twice by you. That's enough. Don't even think about biting me a third time. I promise." Bei Qinxing spoke with determination. It was as if he was going to do it no matter what. "Wait, I just hope you don't kill yourself too quickly." Chu Yang beckoned to him. "Make your move. Otherwise, you'll say that I didn't give a piece of trash like you a chance to display your skills." Chu Yang would not have behaved like this if he had been slightly afraid of Bei Qinxing. In fact, this was indeed the case. Although Bei Qinxing was a Lamiter and possessed a star martial spirit, and his cultivation level was higher than Chu Yang's, Bei Qinxing was still nothing in front of Chu Yang. In terms of martial souls, Bei Qinxing was no match for him. Even Bei Qinxing couldn't compare to the third transformation of Shi Wu, Qi Soul, and Ascended Soul. In terms of the Soul Ascension Revolution, Chu Yang's Soul Ascension Revolution included the Wheel Revolution, the Chaos Revolution, and the Celestial Demon Revolution. How could Bei Qinxing compare? In addition, Chu Yang was also a divine arts practitioner and a body cultivator. Killing Bei Qinxing was a certainty. It just depended on how long Bei Qinxing could last. In this exchange, Chu Yang didn't think that Bei Qinxing was very impressive. He was indeed humiliating Bei Qinxing. He definitely wouldn't let Bei Qinxing go, especially when Chu Yang recalled the scene where Bei Qinxing chopped off Wang Xinghuang's head. He wanted to tear Bei Qinxing apart. In the eyes of others, such humiliation was already extreme. However, to Chu Yang, it was nothing. If North Star had to die, he'd die in humiliation. He'd die in humiliation. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. A star rushed out from Bei Qinxing's glabella. Endless starlight flowed down and protected him. A starry sky appeared behind him. He merged with the starry sky like an immortal king above the starry sky, overlooking the world. Chapter 1134. Bei Qinxing was determined to kill Chu Yang to wash away his shame. Therefore, without any superfluous words, the starry sky, giant hand, covered the sky and almost collapsed the void. The heaven and earth trembled as the power of the star martial spirit burst out. The void was one with him, vast and lofty. Starlight flickered under his feet as if he was stepping on a star, making him look like a god in the universe. With every step he took, the void would shake. There was a terrifying and mysterious rhythm in his footwork, which made the hearts of the people from the East continent jump out. Boom! As soon as the starry sky giant hand was shattered by Chu Yang, he was like a holy spirit. His whole body shone with starlight. His black hair was messy, and his eyes were frightening. It was as if a giant monster had been awakened, full of a terrifying aura. He had the strength to pick up a mountain, and his aura was matchless. As soon as he punched, a star flickered and tore through the void. It carried a long tail of flame as it bombarded Chu Yang. Gosh, is that a shooting star? Bei Qinxing has finally activated his star martial spirit. The spectators exclaimed. The star martial spirit is incomparably vast. Even the mountain martial spirit and the sea martial spirit are no match for it. Once it's activated, the spiritual qi will form a star, which is enough to suppress a peerless expert. Many people were shocked. Bei Qinxing's strength was unimaginable. Wild dog, I'm afraid you're going to suffer this time. More than that, he has humiliated Bei Qinxing again and again. He's courting death. Wild dog won't die this time. Bei Qinxing will humiliate him no matter what. While the people from the East Continent were discussing, Chu Yang's expression didn't change. The star martial spirit was vast and powerful, but there were ways to deal with it. Rumble. A monstrous amount of spirit energy surged out like a vast ocean. Chu Yang also punched out with his fist. In an instant, everyone felt as if Chu Yang had suddenly appeared in outer space and punched the human world. Suddenly, a huge fireball rushed out. Taking a closer look, it was actually a meteorite. Its speed was extremely fast, and the air in front of it formed an arc of light. Bei Qinxing's meteorite fist. At this moment, the crowd from the Eastern Continent was once again stunned. Bei Qinxing's astral martial spirit was extremely powerful, but Chu Yang had actually used Bei Qinxing's meteorite fist. It should be noted that the meteorite fist was a gift that Bei Qinxing had given to his rival, Chu Yang, after he had been fooled by Chu Yang. If Chu Yang didn't use this fist technique to humiliate Bei Qinxing, then what was it? Nothing could express his contempt and humiliate Bei Qinxing better than this. Bei Qinxing, this is the fist technique that you gave me. What do you think of my performance? Bei Qinxing immediately gritted his teeth and activated the meteorite fist. The meteorite sped up and bloomed with hundreds of millions of rays of starlight. What was more shocking was that the meteorite changed again halfway through its flight. Its size became larger, as if it had transformed from a meteorite into a complete star. The third revolution of the Qi soul allowed one's spiritual Qi to change 3 times in an instant. The technique constructed could also change accordingly, catching people off guard. Buzz, buzz. Chu Yang's meteorite also changed. In the midst of the buzzing sound, the meteorite exploded, showing the scene of the beginning of the world. A golden celestial appeared, as if he was the first living creature born in the world. He was extremely powerful. What? Everyone from the Eastern Continent was shocked. Wild Dog was also a supreme realm expert. Otherwise, how could he have such a transformation technique? In this case, Eastern Wilderness 001, Eastern Wilderness 002, Eastern Wilderness 003, and Eastern Wilderness 004 were all code names of the same person. Was this true? Chapter 1135. Bei Qinxing's expression also changed. He didn't dare to hold back and shouted, "Third transformation, stars, turn to the great sun." Rumble. The void trembled, and after the endless starlight disappeared, it suddenly became incomparably dazzling. That star had turned into a huge sun, rumbling as it moved forward. Chu Yang snorted and said coldly, "Eastern maggot, let me tell you a story. Ho-E shoots the sun." The golden deva didn't change, but a divine bow and 2 arrows appeared in his hand. The desolate demon bow, the god's arrow, and the devil's arrow. Chu Yang displayed the means of the desolate demon prince in the eastern wilderness. The desolate demon prince didn't belong to the eastern wilderness. The desolate demon bow, the god's arrow, and the devil's arrow were also not from the eastern wilderness. Bang! The golden deva drew the bow and shot the arrow. Amidst the sound of the bowstring, the god's arrow was like a divine sword, piercing through the great sun. In an instant, the great sun was like a golden crow that had been shot. It fell from the sky and then exploded. Endless light flooded that part of the world. Wild Dog, I'm going to smash you to death. Bei Qinxing used such means, but he was still suppressed by Chu Yang. Finally, he couldn't control himself anymore. He roared and hugged the air. A star appeared. Then, like a person throwing a stone at a dog, he threw the star at Chu Yang. Throwing stars with a raise of the hand. Such a scene was simply shocking. For a moment, everyone in the East Continent was stunned. They forgot everything and were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. What was even more shocking was that Bei Qinxing had completely gone crazy. Stars condensed one by one and were constantly thrown at him. One star after another connected into a chain, and the entire void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing in an instant. If it were real stars, the void would have exploded long ago. The endless starlight shone brightly on Chu Yang. He almost couldn't open his eyes. He didn't move. There was no martial soul that he couldn't suppress. So what if it was a martial soul? Since he was going to crush Bei Qinxing, he had to crush him completely. Even a ghost would feel inferior when he saw him. After that, the people of the East Continent were extremely shocked, and their eyelids twitched again and again. They saw that Chu Yang didn't need to be restrained, and he actually caught the star with his bare hands. Was he crazy? Wong. Chu Yang raised both of his hands to meet the attack. Suddenly, he felt a strong force coming towards him. He suddenly shouted, "Suppress!" From his glabella, a flow of tremendous spirit fluctuated. The detaining Upanishad burst out from the reincarnation gourd, directly controlling Bei Qinxing's will. At the same time, the demon martial soul moved and completely suppressed the power of the star martial soul. As such, the power of the stars was completely controlled by Chu Yang. Easter maggot, if I throw a stone at you, I reckon that a lot of feces will fly out of the pit. Don't feel bad about it. Chu Yang used the 9 transformations and broke out 50,000 dragons of strength. Then, he threw the star back, which made the people dumbfounded. At this moment, Chu Yang was like a deity with infinite divine power. The light on his body was dazzling. When he caught the star and threw it back, many people of the East Continent were so shocked that they almost knelt down. Was this something that a human could do? How could this be? Bei Qinxing was also in a panic. This had never happened before. Who dared to catch the star, which was condensed by his star martial soul, with bare hands? He even threw it back. However, he didn't have time to be shocked. He quickly hugged his arms, condensed another star, and threw out. Rumble. There was a big explosion, and heaven and earth shook. The spiritual energy fluctuations were like shock waves that rushed out and formed a fierce wind that directly blew people away. The light was extremely dazzling, and heaven and earth were incomparably bright. In that blazing light, Chu Yang threw the stars back one by one, and Bei Qinxing had no choice but to condense more stars. Then, all the stars that he madly threw out were thrown back. The people of the East Continent had never seen such an incredible scene before. They were all stunned on the spot, and they were completely speechless. Only when Chu Yang's disdainful voice entered their ears did they come back to their senses. Easter maggot, I'm better at throwing stars than you. Change to another method. I'll crush you one by one, and it'll be convenient to tell the people of the East Continent that you're a piece of trash. I'll also tell you who's the real hero in the world, and who's the noblest in the East Continent in the Eastern Wilderness. Bei Qinxing's eyes flickered with cold light, and his face was completely distorted. He said in a gloomy voice, "Wild dog, you forced me to do this. If you die under this move, you'll have infinite glory. Let's invite Star Monarch. Let's invite Star Monarch." With these words, the 7 wheels demon realm suddenly darkened. Day turned into night, and the starry sky appeared. A vast pressure descended from the void. In the void, a supreme figure suddenly appeared. Can Bei Qinxing really invite the ruler of the starry sky, Star Monarch, out? Chapter 1136. The phantom was 1,000 feet tall, but its body was blurry and its face couldn't be seen. However, as soon as it appeared behind Bei Qinxing immediately exuded a powerful and domineering aura. His aura also increased several times. Chu Yang only felt that there was a mountain in front of him that suddenly broke out of the ground and rose with a rumble. At the same time, his shoulders sank, and an invisible force pressed down on his body, as if it was going to break his spine and flatten him. "Wild dog, you're nothing in front of me. You're just a piece of shit. Kneel down." After Bei Qinxing finished speaking, a pair of boots wrapped in starlight stomped on the ground with 2 bangs. The originally incomparably fierce force skyrocketed again. The 1,000-foot phantom behind Bei Qinxing did the same thing as Bei Qinxing. It also took 2 steps forward, and its huge feet stomped on Chu Yang as if he were an ant. It wanted to stomp him to death. Although the phantom was blurry, when it moved its body, it shocked everyone and shook the void. When it stomped its feet, the world shook. He took 2 consecutive steps, and it seemed as if the ground was going to collapse under his feet. As soon as Bei Qinxing showed his strength, Chu Yang immediately felt a lot of pressure. However, it was just a lot. "You're just an Easter maggot, but you sound so powerful. I thought that the so-called Star Lord was very powerful. It turns out that it's just a silly big guy." The people of the East Continent were obviously very disappointed. The so-called Star Lord was the Phantom. Although it was amazing, its power was much weaker than they had imagined. Star Lords were the kings and rulers of the starry sky in ancient legends. They controlled the endless starry sky and countless stars. They were the giants of the supreme figures. Few people in the universe could be as noble as them. Star Lords were the noblest of the noblest. How dare you? Is a Star Lord someone a wild dog like you can disrespect? Chu Yang only had disdain for Bei Qinxing's anger. He said, "Easter maggot, that's enough. Please start your performance." Bei Qinxing was even more furious. Star Lords were the existences he admired. Being looked down upon by Chu Yang made him feel like a dog had peed on his head. His face was so distorted that it was frightening. Good, wild dog. If you can still stand within a range of the Big Dipper, I'll admit that I'm a maggot. If you can't, then based on your disrespect to the Star Sovereign just now, all the meridians in your body should be broken, your cultivation destroyed, and you should be killed like a dog. The Big Dipper. It's the Big Dipper steps. My God, North Star has mastered the Big Dipper steps. It's said that every step of the Big Dipper is like a star falling from the Big Dipper. It's extremely terrifying. No wonder it was so amazing just now. He has already taken 2 steps of the Big Dipper, but the wild dog is still safe and sound. This is really unexpected. After all, the wild dog suppressed the ancient demon lord on the divine steel. It's reasonable that it's so amazing. However, I think the wild dog can't resist 7 steps. When the people of the East Continent heard about the Big Dipper, they immediately burst into an uproar. Amidst their clamor, Bei Qinxing took another step. With his step, Bei Qinxing's aura immediately soared again. Chu Yang trembled and even found it difficult to speak. Chapter 1137. Bang! Bei Qinxing took another step forward. Bang! 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 His eyes were as bright as the sun, and they were as sharp as swords. As he took step after step, his aura continued to rise, becoming more and more astonishing and vigorous. 4th step, 5th step, 6th step. When he took the 6th step, the entire space began to tremble violently. Chu Yang felt as if the power of the entire world was pressing down on him. He couldn't help but frown. He was worried that after the 7th step, there would be a great change that would catch him off guard and force him to kneel down. In order to resist Bei Qinxing's pressure, the spiritual energy within his body had been greatly consumed. His body was already covered in sweat, and his clothes were soaked. 7th step. North Star's eyes flashed with a cold light. Starlight wrapped around his boots, and he lifted them high. Then, 3 feet in front of Chu Yang, he stomped down. Bang! A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The air in the void exploded one after another. Crack! 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 Chu Yang's joints began to emit cracking sounds. Then, under the immense pressure, he couldn't bear it any longer and was about to kneel down on the ground. The domineering power in the air became even more intense. It entered Chu Yang's body through his 3,650 pores and was about to shatter his meridians, aura C, skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. It was about to cripple his cultivation and severely injure him, turning him into a complete cripple. I don't believe that you, Bei Qinxing, can make me kneel down without using the divine demon martial soul. Just as Chu Yang was about to kneel down, he fiercely unleashed a great amount of mental energy. The comprehension of a rank 6 array master, the connection between the spirit stage, 5th stage, and the heaven and earth, and his incomparably powerful physical body were all unleashed. His right foot stepped forward and heavily stomped on the ground. Boom! With this step, his chi and blood soared into the sky like a dragon. His body erupted with dazzling light, and a light shield instantly expanded. This was the fusion of the formation and the domain. At the same time, the tiny particles of spiritual energy in Chu Yang's body suddenly shook and stirred. The invisible force that Bei Chunxing had sent into his body was immediately neutralized. At this moment, he was standing on the ground in a strange posture. He was about to kneel, but he wasn't kneeling. His body was trembling, but he stood up very steadily. Bei Chunxing. Chu Yang raised his head, his eyes full of ridicule, revealing a naked disdain and ridicule. This is your so-called star sovereign. This is your so-called 7 steps of the Big Dipper, your so-called trump card. Interesting. It actually made me sweat, and I almost knelt down. As an Easter maggot, you should be proud of yourself for being able to do this. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang took a step forward. With a bang, his body suddenly straightened like a long sword that had been unsheathed. Swish! 2 rays of starlight suddenly shot out from the direction of the demonic bell. It was the dean of the Star Martial Academy. He was extremely shocked by this result. The other martial academy's masters were no exception. Everyone in the East Continent was deathly silent. The legendary 7 steps of the Big Dipper was only able to make the wild dog sweat and almost kneel down. They couldn't believe it. Moreover, Bei Chunxing's cultivation was higher than the wild dog's. Furthermore, the wild dog didn't even use his trump card. The moment Chu Yang straightened his body, Bei Chunxing's distorted face instantly turned red and hot. He was extremely embarrassed, as if he had done the most shameful thing in the world. He wanted to die immediately. Chapter 1138. Ever since Bei Chunxing was born, he had grown up amidst countless praises and exaggerations. He had always shocked and amazed others, and he had always been respected and revered by others. He could do whatever he wanted, kill whoever he wanted, and do whatever he wanted. He had never had to worry about anything, and no one dared to offend him because he was Bei Chunxing. Just the name Bei Chunxing was enough for him to do whatever he wanted. If he cried, everyone would cry. If he was angry, everyone would be angry. Heaven and earth had always revolved around him. Only when he met the powerful Astral Academy Master did he restrain himself slightly. However, even the Astral Academy Master was respectful towards him, especially after he comprehended the celestial Lord Dharma idol and used the Big Dipper steps. However, today his pride, the celestial Lord that he was most proud of, had been defeated by the wild dog that he looked down on the most. He couldn't even make the wild dog kneel down. Finally, his true nature was completely exposed. He no longer hid it and roared savagely. "Wild dog, how dare you offend me? I want you dead." Hearing this, Chu Yang sneered again and again. "Easter maggot, who are you trying to show that I'm very angry? You're just a maggot. I can crush you to death with a lift of my hand. If I didn't want to humiliate you to the point of suicide, do you think you would still be standing here and shouting at me? Wild dog, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Bei Chunxing had completely lost his mind. His eyes turned scarlet as if he had turned into a demon. However, the aura that he exuded from his rage made everyone from the East Continent tremble. "It's really ugly." Chu Yang felt even more disdain in his heart. He shook his head and said, "Easter maggot, since you don't want to kill yourself, you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Please continue your ugly performance." "Desolate dog, die for me. Rumble." As Bei Chunxing screamed at the top of his lungs, the void rumbled and trembled violently. Boundless starlight appeared from the void and dyed the entire world into a boundless starry sky. The 300-meter-tall, star-venerate Dermic idol behind him suddenly disappeared. However, in just an instant, the shadow of a child appeared in the void. It carried a terrifying pressure that even a Nirvana realm expert could not withstand. It stepped out of the void and appeared behind Bei Chunxing again. At this moment, the illusory image of the child was much smaller in size, but it was much more majestic and clearer than the previous illusory image. In the illusory face, 2 eyes appeared. One of them was like the moon, and the other was like the sun. Then, the sun and moon transformed into a vast starry sky. Countless stars appeared, and there were even tens of thousands of rays of starlight blossoming from them. Kaka! The child's eyes stared at Chuyang. Immediately, cracking sounds came from his body. An invisible force caused him to break out in cold sweat. He couldn't control himself and was about to kneel down. However, the formation flags in his body trembled and canceled it out. For a mere child to have such great strength, it was a little strange. What is this? It's just a child's glare, but I feel like my soul is about to scatter. Chuyang was shocked. The 6 great academies of the Eastern continent were indeed extraordinary, just as Beiqingxing alone was already so strange and shocking. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the Star Do Academy. However, he also realized how shocking the Supreme Demon Sovereign was. With just a wave of flags, he was able to eliminate this strange and terrifying power. Rumble. The sound of raging waves came from the void. It was as if a child had stepped out of an endless sea and stepped onto the shore. Boundless power of the stars was also emitted. It was so intense that it sent many of the spectators flying. When a star venerate kneels, a mountain collapses. In the midst of his madness, Beiqingxing stared at Chuyang with his scarlet eyes. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Chuyang. However, his movements were extremely difficult. It was as if there was an invisible force stopping him. At this moment, in the direction of the demonic bell, except for the Academy Master of the Star Do Academy, the Academy Masters of the 5 great academies suddenly cried out in shock. The 7 kneels of a star venerate. Their voices were trembling slightly. What kind of thing could make them so shocked? Chapter 1139. Heavens, the 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords. It's actually the legendary 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords. However, the doubt only lasted for an instant. Immediately, an old man among the crowd trembled and cried out in surprise. This made those who were puzzled deeply realize that the 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords was absolutely shocking and incomparably terrifying. Could it be the 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords mentioned in the ancient books? It actually exists. Another person cried out in disbelief. From that trembling voice, one could clearly see his trembling appearance and hear the sound of his teeth chattering. I remember now. The founder of the Star Do Academy once used it. Rumor has it that he once used the 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords to kill countless demons from beyond the heavens. With just one kneel, the demons from beyond the heavens instantly collapsed and died an unnatural death. Not even a speck of dust was left. All of them turned into flying ashes. This is a secret and also a legend. Back then, the demons from beyond the heavens invaded the Eastern continent and massacred the Eastern continent. When the first Academy Master of the Star Do Academy appeared, he actually didn't kneel. He only knelt halfway, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The demons from beyond the heavens were all turned into flying ashes. There were very few people who knew such a secret. All of the people who spoke were old men. They weren't sure about this matter, but seeing Beiqingxing use the 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords and hearing the shock of the Academy Masters of the 5 great academies, how could they not know if it was true or not? They never thought that such an illusory thing was actually true. They were all inexplicably shocked. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Academy Masters of the 5 great academies actually abandoned the demonic bell and flew over. The Academy Master of the Star Do Academy also followed with a worried expression. Mo Longzi of the 10,000 Demons sect, who had been hiding in the dark, hoping to launch a sneak attack and snatch the demonic bell, also revealed himself at this moment. Beiqingxing, that idiot, actually grasped the 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords. How is this possible? Li Shengsan also couldn't believe it at this moment. His pupils shook. Su Yiling and Feng Polong beside him were all the same. The 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords was too shocking. None of them had expected that Beiqingxing would actually master such a supreme secret technique. The 7 kneels of the Star Sovereign had 7 styles. The first kneel caused the mountains to crumble. The second kneel caused the seas to dry up. The third kneel caused the earth to crumble. The fourth kneel caused the sky to collapse. The fifth kneel caused the moon to fall. The fifth kneel caused the sun to fall. And the seventh kneel caused the stars to fall. Among the 7 kneels, there were star venerates of different stages. The first kneel was mountain collapse. The one kneeling was a child star venerate. Hence, it was only mountain collapse. The second kneel was for young celestial sovereigns. The third kneel was for young celestial sovereigns. After that was the celestial sovereigns who had become rulers of the universe. Celestial monarchs were the rulers of the starry skies, the most supreme of celestial monarchs. They were one of the most supreme existences in the world. Such an existence would only be bowed to by others, not to others. If he knelt, who would be able to endure it? How could heaven and earth allow this? How could the great Tao that operated in the unseen world allow this to happen? Celestial monarchs obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, as well as the recognition of the supreme great Tao. Only then would they be able to ascend to a supreme position. Disrespecting a celestial monarch was disrespecting heaven and earth, and disrespecting the great Tao. Thus, in order to receive a celestial monarch's kowtow, one had to at least have a great fate, a great fortune, or a supreme status that was comparable to a celestial monarch. Otherwise, if the earth wanted to destroy you, if the heavens wanted to kill you, your soul would immediately scatter and turn into ashes. You would be deader than dead. This was very simple to understand. A real man would only kneel to the heavens, earth, and parents. There was gold under his knees, so why would he kneel to others? Chapter 1140. The 7 Kneels of the Celestial Lord. Bei Qinxing has mastered such a supreme, secret technique. Chu Yang's heart trembled, and his scalp went numb. If he accepted such a kneel, he was afraid that he would be turned into ashes. This could be seen when Bei Qinxing knelt before Chu Yang with great difficulty. At this moment, Bei Qinxing's body was trembling violently, as if something was stopping him from kneeling. No, I can't accept this kneel. I have to stop Bei Qinxing. Chu Yang immediately wanted to make a move, but when he saw the 6 old bastards, his thoughts immediately disappeared. If I can't accept this kneel, how can I intimidate these 6 old bastards? How can I intimidate the East Continent and boost the reputation of the Eastern Wilderness? This was a great crisis, but also a great opportunity. If the 6 old bastards of the 6 great schools made a move, they would definitely not be inferior to Bei Qinxing. He could stop Bei Qinxing, but could he stop the 6 old bastards? Also, there were so many people in the East Continent. If you want to kneel, I'll let you kneel. Let's see if I can accept it. After thinking intensely for a while, Chu Yang immediately made a decision without any hesitation. From now on, he would trample on the arrogance of the entire East Continent and make them lower their proud heads. So what if you're a celestial lord? If you stop me, I'll still kill you. Easter Maggot, do your best. I'll wait for your performance. Chu Yang's expression didn't change, and he didn't move. His tone was very sarcastic, which shocked the 6 great schools and everyone in the East Continent. They couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Even Wang Bushong, who was behind him, looked at him with some astonishment. What are you looking at? Chu Yang sneered. He clasped his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across the audience. I can tell you clearly that all of you here are trash. None of you kneel down, and I can't bear it. Buzz, buzz. The gazes of the headmasters of the 6 great academies suddenly became extremely sharp, as if they wanted to see through Chu Yang to see what he was relying on. They didn't say anything, but many people in the East Continent couldn't stand such arrogant words. Wild dog, you sure talk big. When a star venerate kneels, the world will collapse. Who do you think you are? To think that you dare to say such big words. You really don't know what you're talking about. You're extremely ignorant. You actually dare to look down on a star sovereign. Why are you talking about this, wild dog? He'll know what's good for him later. That's right. Even the little wild dog behind him knows how powerful he is, but this wild dog still doesn't know what's good for him. Hearing this, Wang Bushong's face suddenly turned hot. He felt very guilty and whispered to Chu Yang, I'm sorry, uncle. I've embarrassed you. How could he be blamed for this? Chu Yang turned his head and said, "Look carefully. After seeing Uncle's power today, you don't have to look at these Eastern maggots. Just look at them with the corner of your eyes." Crack! Suddenly, the sound of bones cracking came from Bei Qinxing, which attracted the attention of all the people in the East Continent and extinguished their anger. Then they saw that Bei Qinxing finally knelt down to Chu Yang. Boom! As Bei Qinxing moved, the shadow behind him, the child, also knelt down. Suddenly, the earth trembled. The moment the child knelt down, the people on Bei Qinxing's left and right sides, who were some distance away from him, immediately let out shrill screams. As if they had been torn apart, they bled and rolled on the ground in pain. Chapter 1141. How horrifying was this? There was a distance between Shao Chun and Shao Chun. When Shao Chun knelt, he would be affected. Chu Yang's eyelids twitched wildly. This 7 kneels of a star venerate was truly horrifying. If this was already the case for others, what kind of horror would Shao Chun have to endure? Rumble. At the same time, the ground around Bei Qinxing cracked. A terrifying crack tore through the ground to Chu Yang's feet. It was like the world was collapsing. Space crazily pressed down on Shao Chun. The pressure from all directions made him feel like he was being shoved under the sea. Rumble. Not only that, but boundless thunder and lightning also appeared in the air, striking down. Bang! Flames also burst out of the ground. Furthermore, thin threads pierced through the air from all directions. This was the manifestation of the Great Tao's laws. The heavenly lightning struck Shao Chun. The earthly fire wanted to burn him, and the Great Tao's laws wanted to obliterate him. At this moment, Chu Yang accepted the star venerate's kneel. Heaven would not tolerate the earth. The Great Tao wanted to kill him. The will of heaven was like a saber, wanting to kill Shao Chun's body and soul. Chu Yang felt startled. This was simply unimaginably horrifying. However, he did not fear it. If it were a real star venerate, it would be fine. However, it was just Bei Qinxing, the beast who chopped off Wang Xingwang's head with one saber strike. How could Chu Yang not accept his kneel? If so, if heaven wants to kill me, I will destroy heaven. If the earth destroys me, I will destroy the earth. Chu Yang reared his head and roared. I am the demon, the supreme, true demon. There is no need to fear the ancestral techniques. There is no need to fear the world. The Great Tao is bullshit. The one I respect is noble, and the one I respect is lowly. So what if there are star venerates? Letting you kneel is already giving you face. Rumble. Shao Chun drove the formation flags with all his might. Spiritual energy surged and soared into the sky, connecting with the demonic bell. Shao Chun was the demonic bell, and the demonic bell was Shao Chun. Dang, dang, dang. Melodious bell sounds came from Shao Chun's body, forming ripples in the air that spread out. The demonic spirit, the physical spirit, the central physical spirit, and the elite physical spirit appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void buzzed, and his body also shook, resonating with a certain frequency with the corpse of the supreme demon venerable. Then, from his body, a supreme phantom appeared, but it was hidden by Chu Yang as soon as it appeared. At this moment, the entire Seven Wheels demon region seemed to be his domain, his world. He was the genius, the land, the supreme Great Tao, the supreme ruler of this place. Endless demonic might also erupted from his body, sweeping out in all directions like waves. It was boundless, drowning everything. The earthly fire was extinguished, and the heavenly thunder was extinguished. The rules of the Great Tao disappeared into nothingness. Heaven and earth submitted, and the Great Tao lost its voice. In the face of such demonic might, the people from the East Continent unconsciously knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Yang. The fissure in the ground also closed up in an instant, without any trace of cracking. Although the headmasters of the 6 great academies didn't kneel down, they were completely dumbfounded. Crack! Li Shengsan, Feng Polong, and Su Yiling all knelt down. When the 3 of them suddenly woke up, they struggled to stand up, but it was extremely difficult. They suddenly exerted their strength, and the sound of bones immediately came from their bodies. It was extremely difficult for them to stand up. They were extremely shocked and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. His long hair fluttered in the air like a god or a demon. Slap! Chu Yang raised his hand and slapped Bei Qinxing, forming a big handprint that sent Bei Qinxing flying. You are not worthy of kneeling to me. So what if you're a star venerate? If you dare to go against me, I will still slap you and kill you. Slap. Chapter 1142. The world was dead silent. There was no sound at all. Everyone seemed to have stopped breathing. Wild Dog had withstood the first of the 7 kneels of Lord Tai by jinxing. He had even destroyed and erased the shadow that represented Lord Tai by jinxing. How is this possible? How is this possible? No one could believe it. Even the headmasters of the 6 great academies didn't know what had happened, let alone the others. Bei Qinxing was sent flying. His life wasn't in danger, but half of his face was smashed. At this moment, he didn't feel anything. He looked at Chu Yang in a daze, completely lost. Easter Maggot, why are you stunned? Is this rare? I invite you to continue your performance. Chu Yang said. At this moment, it was as if God had spoken. His voice rumbled in everyone's heart and woke them up. Is this true? Wild Dog. No, Eastern Wilderness 002 can actually withstand the kneel of Lord Tai by jinxing. Is his status as noble as Lord Tai by jinxing, or even nobler? There were already people in the East Continent who didn't dare to call Chu Yang Wild Dog. That's not the problem now. The problem now is everything that just happened real? Is it our illusion? Maybe it's possible. I'm in a dream now. I can't tell whether it's real or not. Wang Bushong, who was on Chu Yang's back, looked at the people of the East Continent. They were all shocked and dumbfounded. Their funny looks made him feel proud. Uncle is really powerful. Eastern Maggot is all scared out of his wits. He didn't know how powerful the 7 kneels of Lord Tai by jinxing were, but he knew that it was extremely powerful. Only the so-called Lord Tai by jinxing was helpless against his uncle. Slap! Chu Yang raised his hand and slapped Bei Qinxing again. Eastern Maggot, wake up. Don't waste my time. Polaris's face had been smashed into a pulp. This was the 2nd time his face had been beaten to a pulp. It was a terrifying sight to behold. He was finally awakened by the slap. Wild Dog, this is only the first move of Star-Lord's 7 kneels, the weakest move. Do you think you're amazing just because you can block it? Do you think you're more noble than Star-Lord? His face was ferocious and twisted as he roared with all his might. Blood flowed out even more fiercely from his mangled face, and some even spurted out. The wriggling of his flesh and blood made his face look even more terrifying. However, he was quickly recovering. In the instant he roared, his face recovered. It was as fair and handsome as before, but also as twisted and ferocious as before. So, you can continue. Show me all your nobility and pride. Chu Yang laughed coldly. He then looked at the headmasters of the 6 great academies, 6 old bastards. You guys are also very surprised, right? But let me ask you to calm down. The more surprising part is yet to come. After all, this behavior doesn't match your previous arrogance at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The headmasters of the 6 great academies were all enraged. The void trembled because of this, and killing intent swept over like tide. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. Do you want to continue watching the show, or do you want to show your ugly side in advance? I'm actually looking forward to your performance. Wild Dog, who are you provoking? Bei Qinxing roared. The sound wave was like a cannonball, directly charging toward Chu Yang. However, just as it reached Chu Yang, it disappeared silently. At this moment, to Chu Yang, the 7 demonic domains were his domain. Rumble. 7 kneels of Lord Tai by jinxing, sea withering. Chapter 1143. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Northstar's clothes were shredded to pieces, and his flesh and blood exploded out in all directions. Blood sprayed everywhere, but he still knelt down. The young man behind him also knelt down. However, nothing happened. He knelt down at Chu Yang, and for the first time, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. However, this time, he was like a servant kneeling down to his master. Nothing strange happened, and there were no signs of destruction. This is impossible. Bei Qinxing roared, stood up, and then knelt down again. 7 kneels, earth destruction. 7 kneels, sky collapse. 7 kneels, moon fall. 7 kneels, sun fall. 7 kneels, star fall. North Star used the 7 kneels of the celestial monarch. In the end, his body cracked and cracked, as if he were about to disintegrate. But despite the heavy price he paid, nothing happened. How can this be? How is this possible? Star-Lord is the supreme ruler of the starry sky. How can a mere wild dog have the fortune to receive one of his kneels? After the last kneel, Bei Qinxing raised his head from the ground and roared at the sky. The eyes of the heads of the 6 great academies were trembling as they wondered, what exactly is this wild dog relying on? Or is this wild dog an extremely shocking and noble identity? If it was the latter, the 6 of them couldn't imagine the consequences. As for the people in the East Continent, they were completely silent. The legendary 7 kneels of Star-Lord was only a half kneel, and the demons from outer space fell one after another and turned into ashes. However, it was useless against the wild dog. They couldn't understand, so they were even more afraid and in awe of Chu Yang. Easter Maggot, I said that you were a piece of trash. Do you still have any objections? Only Bei Qinxing and a few others found Chu Yang's words extremely harsh and unacceptable. However, for most people in the East Continent, this was the truth. Others were not qualified to say that Bei Qinxing was a piece of trash, but Chu Yang was. Wild dog, bullshit. Bei Qinxing could only roar and go crazy. He could not accept such a cruel reality. Chu Yang looked at him coldly. What other tricks do you have? You can use them now. Otherwise, I'll kill you and take your head to tell the undead. What other tricks did he have? Chu Yang did not make a move. Bei Qinxing thought about it, but there was nothing he could do. He used the 7 kneels of Star-Lord again. His body exploded continuously, and even his broken bones were blown out. However, just like before, nothing happened. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that a wild dog is nobler than a Star-Lord? Bei Qinxing was on the verge of going crazy. Idiot, the 7 kneels of the Star Sovereign is not invincible. The Academy Master of the Star Do Academy was afraid that Bei Qinxing would be completely crippled by his inner demons. He comforted Bei Qinxing warmly. Wild dog has something to rely on, but you haven't discovered it yet. Also, you are still forcing yourself to use the 7 kneels of the Star Sovereign. You are not able to use the full power of the 7 kneels of the Star Sovereign. Even if Bei Qinxing could use the true power of the 7 kneels of the Star Sovereign, so what? It would be useless. Chu Yang was currently the ruler of the 7 demonic realms. How could an existence like the Supreme Demon Venerate be weaker than a so-called Star-Lord? Chapter 1144. The Academy Master was so angry that his face was trembling. His cold eyes were like a tiger staring at a lamb. Wild dog, you're very shocking, but you're also very stupid. You shouldn't have revealed your fangs and sharp claws. That will only make you die faster. Old bastard, are you finally going to act out of desperation? Then Chu Yang corrected him. No, you're not even a dog. You're just a maggot. A corner dog will jump over the wall, but a maggot will never be able to jump out of the cesspit. Chu Yang said, a dog can jump out of a wall, but a maggot can never jump out of a cesspit. Everyone was stunned. Chu Yang didn't even put the Academy Master of the Star Do Academy in his eyes. Chu Yang wasn't the only one who understood the Academy Master's intentions. Everyone else understood as well. He wanted to kill Chu Yang. The Academy Master's voice became even colder. If I want to kill a dog like you, it'll be as easy as flicking my finger. Ha! Chu Yang laughed loudly. Old bastard, you're really boasting shamelessly. I'll kill the geniuses of your Star Do Academy and your disciples first, then I'll talk nonsense with you. Swish! The headmaster of the Star Battle Academy reacted quickly. Before Chu Yang had even finished speaking, the headmaster had appeared in front of Bei Qinxing in a flash, shielding him from harm. Wild dog, you're about to die. but you still don't know what's good for you. How dare you spout nonsense in front of me? I really can't forgive you. Ha! Chuyang pointed at the academy master and laughed. Old bastard, can you stop me if I want to kill someone? His lips curled into a strange smile as he mocked. Also, I'm very curious if you dare to stop me. Swish! At this moment, a figure suddenly flew over from afar. It appeared in a flash and immediately merged with Chuyang. Rumble! Immediately after, countless bolts of lightning emerged from the void and descended on Chuyang as a punishment. The lightning punishment fell down like a giant axe, shaking heaven and earth. Thunder rumbled, and the lightning radiance was dazzling, illuminating the surroundings. Chuyang's divine avatar returned. Before he went to the battle alone, he had already used the divine abilities of the God-Devil twins. One of them entered the heaven-rush soul of the Supreme Devil Lord, while the other entered the spiritual wisdom soul. The divine avatar and the demonic avatar could help Chuyang cultivate. One could cultivate the heaven-rush soul, and the other could cultivate the spiritual wisdom soul. The difference was that the divine avatar that went to heaven Chong Po could do as he pleased. As for the demonic avatar, because the 6 great academies and the people of the East Continent were gathered here, he had to be careful. Therefore, Heaven Chong Po was the first to succeed. His return immediately triggered a lightning punishment. Chuyang had already gotten used to the thunder punishment after experiencing the first 5 spirits. He was able to deal with it easily. However, the faces of the headmasters of the 6 great academies, as well as those from the East Continent, changed. Tap! Chuyang pressed forward and laughed. Old bastard, I'm going to kill your disciple now. Do you dare stop me? Whoosh! The headmaster of the Star Do Academy hurriedly retreated. He didn't dare to let Chuyang get close to him. If he triggered a lightning punishment, he would definitely die. The higher one's cultivation level, the more sensitive the lightning punishment would be, and the more terrifying the lightning punishment would be. He was even glad that he had helped Bei Chinching find a treasure that could avoid lightning strikes in order to deal with the wild dog. He still had a few treasures on him. Otherwise, if he didn't have such a treasure to protect himself, he would have been swept into Chuyang's lightning punishment. The other headmasters of the 5 great academies also changed their expressions and dodged. The wild dog had come prepared. Teacher, as Chuyang approached, Bei Chinching screamed in fear. Scream, scream, tell your teacher to save you. Bang! Chuyang flashed and appeared in front of Bei Chinching. However, he didn't kill him immediately. Instead, he stepped on his chest and stomped him to the ground. Then he said to the headmasters of the 6 great academies and everyone from the East Continent, if I want to kill someone, who can stop me? Who dares to stop me? If you have the guts, come out now. I'll announce that there's no one in the East Continent. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very loud. It was like a slap to everyone's face in the East Continent. That's right, Chuyang wanted to slap their faces. Killing Bei Chinching wasn't enough to comfort the souls of the dead. It wasn't enough to give the child on his back an explanation. It wasn't enough to give the child on his back hope, and it wasn't enough to tell him that the East Continent wasn't a big deal. Therefore, he mocked everyone. Therefore, he provoked them. Therefore, he unscrupulously stepped on the faces of the headmasters of the 6 great academies, and everyone present in the East Continent. He would trample on them in front of them, trample on them until they had no face left. He would trample on all of their prestige, all of their dignity, all of their pride, and all of their arrogance. He swore to sweep away all of their dignity and bring glory to the Eastern Barren Territory. Let's see, after today, who would dare to call the people of the Eastern Wilderness a wild dog. Chuyang naturally knew what he would face if he humiliated and provoked them to the extreme. It would be a crazy counterattack. The endless madness of the 6 great academies and the endless madness of the people of the East Continent. Chapter 1145. There was no one in the East Continent. These words pierced the hearts of everyone in the East Continent. The more they looked down on the Eastern Wilderness, the more hurt they felt, and the more humiliated they felt. The most embarrassed and awkward person was naturally the Academy Master of the Star Academy. The wild dog had actually shouted at him. Did he dare to save Bei Qinxing? If there was no response, where would he put his face? However, he really didn't dare to. The wild dog was nothing to be feared, but the heaven's might was. The 7 Kneels of the Starry Monarch. No matter how great the heaven's fate was, no matter how great the earth's might was, they would all be reduced to ashes. How could the heavens might be any weaker than this? The wild dog was currently undergoing a tribulation. If anyone dared to intervene, it would be tantamount to challenging the heavens' might. They would definitely be punished. Even the Academy Master of the Star Academy would be powerless. He was much stronger than the wild dog, but he was still an ant in front of the heavens' might. He still had to tremble in fear and tread on thin ice. The other Academy Masters of the other 5 academies also had ugly expressions. They had all been slapped in the face by the wild dog. There was no one in the East Continent who would dare to save them. This was also a challenge to them. You better think carefully. What will the consequences be if you act ruthlessly? The Academy Master of the Star Academy didn't even dare to say the words wild dog out loud. He had to compromise, sullen, and humiliated to the extreme. He was Academy Master with an honorable status. Who would dare to be impudent in front of him? However, he had no choice but to speak nicely to a wild dog and state the pros and cons clearly. When Xu Yang heard this, he immediately used his actions to answer. He exerted force with his foot and stomped down on Bei Qinxing's chest, causing it to cave in. At the same time, spiritual qi surged out from his calf and transformed into 2 arms. He grabbed Bei Qinxing's hair with one hand and sliced off Bei Qinxing's head with the other. He then raised his hand and sucked, and Bei Qinxing's head was lifted into his hand. Drip, 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 Xu Yang said coldly. Old bastard, I was asking you, do you dare to come and save me? I'm humiliating you, but you don't know your place. Since you dare to threaten me, I'll give you a clear answer. Are you satisfied now? He then added, Now, can you throw a tantrum, you old bastard? While they were talking, Xu Yang silently used the reincarnation gourd to collect Bei Qinxing's soul. In an instant, Bei Qinxing's star martial soul, 7 Kneels of Star Lords, and other secret skills of Star Palace were analyzed by the reincarnation gourd. A huge amount of information poured into his mind. With a slight movement, he visualized the star martial spirit. In an instant, his whole body shone with starlight. His eyes turned into an endless starry sky. Endless starlight bloomed, as if he was a celestial being. However, not many people were paying attention to this. Their attention was completely focused on the fact that Xu Yang had killed Bei Qinxing and provoked the Academy Master of the Star Do Academy. Are you satisfied now? Old bastard, you can get angry too? These 2 sentences were too mocking and too arrogant. The Academy Master couldn't take it anymore. The wild dog had already forced the Star Academy Lord into a corner, and everyone's breathing had become extremely ragged. A storm was about to descend. However, the storm that everyone was expecting didn't arrive. The instant Bei Qinxing was killed, the Academy Master was stunned. He stared at Bei Qinxing's head in disbelief. He was flabbergasted by this outcome. Even now, he still couldn't believe that this was real. Chapter 1146. Xu Yang couldn't be bothered with the old bastard's disbelief. How much did he despise the people of the eastern wilderness? How much did he despise himself for having such a reaction? He raised Bei Qinxing's head high up and roared, Wang Xinghuang, Brother Wang, you died because of me. Today, I'll take your head to avenge you and comfort your soul in heaven. I'll take care of your son, and I'll fulfill your dying wish. One day, we'll make sure that no one in the eastern continent dares to call us wild dog, and no one will dare to slaughter us like pigs and dogs. At this moment, the regret in Xu Yang's heart was magnified. Killing people couldn't bring the dead back to life, and he couldn't let his son have a father again. He couldn't let his son have the memories and happiness of his father. He was also venting his anger, his monstrous anger. When an ordinary man was angry, blood would splatter 5 steps away. His blood was boiling, and he wasn't afraid of being surrounded by enemies. He wasn't even afraid of death. Even if the heavenly emperor came personally, the butcher's knife in his hand would still be sharp. Wild Dog, the Star Academy master, was fuming with anger. The veins on his face were throbbing, and he was so angry that his teeth were chattering. Chu Yang sneered. So, old bastard, you can get angry too. Wild Dog, you'll definitely pay the price. The Star Academy master's murky eyes looked as if he could eat someone alive. Chu Yang wasn't afraid. He said mockingly, Old bastard, you're as ugly as your disciple right now. So, I'll give you a word of advice. Please start your performance. The Star Academy can't be humiliated. Wild Dog, hand over your life. A furious roar erupted as an elderly figure darted out from behind the Astral Star Academy's Academy Master. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Yang 7 consecutive times. First kneel of a Star Lord, landslide. Second kneel of a Star Lord, withered sea. Third kneel of a Star Lord, earth destruction. Fourth kneel of a Star Lord, sky collapse. The Celestial Lord Dharma idols, which were children, teenagers, young men, and the phantoms of those who had ascended to the throne, appeared one after another. They also knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Yang. Compared to Bei Qinxing, the old man's 7 kneels of Star Lord was on a completely different level. The Star Lord's Dharma form was much clearer, and the facial features were almost completely revealed. One could almost see the Star Lord's face clearly. His attack was very sudden. In addition, he did not suffer the backlash of the 7 kneels of the Star Venerates. After the 7 kneels, he was not injured. However, accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder, although the sky and earth behind the old man were turned upside down and the scene was shocking, after Chu Yang knelt down, it had no effect. Not even a trace of wind was produced by Chu Yang. Rumble. On the other hand, when the old man attacked Chu Yang, he was immediately drawn into the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation struck down and drowned him. The sage's lightning tribulation didn't take long before he was turned into a pile of charcoal. He was not afraid of death, but it was useless. He would die in vain. Hiss. At this moment, many people in the East Continent couldn't help but gasp. It was actually useless. How shocking was the Wild Dog? Perhaps it could be seen just by looking at the lightning tribulation. Although they were both in different realms, the old man's lightning tribulation was more terrifying, and his strength was also more terrifying. However, the results were worlds apart. Chu Yang was safe and sound in the lightning tribulation, but the old man died an unnatural death not long after facing the lightning tribulation. One was heaven, one was earth. The strong contrast and huge impact instantly made everyone realize how shocking and terrifying the Wild Dog was. Generally speaking, when a cultivator was in the middle of a lightning tribulation, it was extremely difficult and dangerous to resist the lightning tribulation. How could they be distracted? How could they make use of the lightning tribulation to kill people? If they were not careful, they would directly turn into ashes. Being able to deal with the lightning tribulation as easily as drinking water was rare in the world. The Wild Dog was clearly a special case. He was a great evildoer. Chapter 1147. Clap, clap. Applause rang out. Chu Yang applauded and cheered. What an exciting performance. Old bastard, you've let me see a very exciting performance. It was not enough that 7 kneels had suffered once. He actually wanted to use such a supreme secret technique to deal with him. It was simply laughable. The Supreme Demon Venerable was not inferior to a Star Venerable. Within the Supreme Demon Venerable's corpse, Chu Yang was the heaven and earth here. With the Supreme Demon Venerable's prestige, how could the 7 kneels incite the wrath of heaven and earth and attract the slaughter of heaven and earth? This was like 2 generals. One general's servant actually used the general's prestige to cause trouble in the other general's residence. What could happen? The 6 great academies were completely speechless. The East Continent was completely speechless. No one replied because no one could do anything to this Wild Dog. The elder from the Stardo Academy had not hesitated to use the 7 kneels of the Stardo Academy, but he still could not do anything to the wild dog. What else could be more powerful than the 7 Kneels of the Stardow Academy? Without complete confidence, who would dare to make a move? Chu Yang saw everything and sneered in his heart. If they knew the real reason, they would definitely not be so wary of him. It was just a pity. Old bastard. He first pointed at the Academy Master of the Stardow Academy. Then, he pointed at the remaining Academy Masters of the 5 academies one by one. And you 5 old bastards, I invite you to continue your performance. When one had the upper hand, one had to bully others. There would not be many opportunities like this. How could Chu Yang let go of this opportunity? Only in this way would he appear more confident by being more arrogant. This would make the other party feel more wary, and he would be safer. Why is there no sound? Chu Yang became even more cynical and provoked everyone. Is the East Continent full of cowards who are afraid of death? Let me remind you that if you all swarm me, a mere wild dog like me will probably die. You need to be clear about this. Therefore, now is the time for you to sacrifice yourselves. For the nobility of the East Continent, for the glory of the East Continent, I invite all of you to sacrifice yourselves. The people of the East Continent will definitely remember all of you. You will be immortalized for eternity. How ironic and how bitter it was. But the situation was stronger than the person. No one in the East Continent made a sound. It was dead silent. The headmasters of the 6 great academies might be able to find a reason. Wild Dog was too strange, and they must not fall for his provocation and die in vain. It was like they were pissed on by a wild dog, but they were afraid of the strangeness of the wild dog and did not dare to kill it. In their opinion, this dog had already become a demon. Before they could figure out the details of this demon, they would not easily make a move. However, anyone could imagine how they felt inside. As the leader of the 6 great academies, he was actually being played around with by the wild dog and humiliated in such a way. Yet, he didn't even make a reasonable counterattack. His face was completely lost, and his old skin was ripped off. He was going to become a laughingstock. Is this how the East Continent behaves? Is this how arrogant you are? How dare you put on airs in front of us? Who are you calling wild dog? Are you qualified? Today, I challenged the 6 great academies alone and suppressed all of you in the East Continent. The funny thing is that no one in the East Continent has the guts to stand out. You are all spineless. Bah! Chu Yang spat and continued. Since that's the case, you're all cowards. So, you'll have to bear with it. You'll have to submit to me. I'm ordering you now. He suddenly pointed at Li Shang-san. Hand over that maggot to me. Let him kneel down and kowtow to me, then kill himself. Hearing this, Li Shang-san's whole body stiffened. He was extremely frightened, and his expression changed greatly. But it was only for a moment, and it all disappeared. However, all kinds of things were caught by Chu Yang. In an instant, Li Shang-san hated in his heart. Damn Bei Qinxing, you idiot. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been targeted by the wild dog. However, if it wasn't him, who else could it be? He was even more contemptuous of Chu Yang than Bei Qinxing. His discrimination and malice towards him were even greater, and he was extremely humiliating. He was already on Chu Yang's death list. At this moment, the Dean of the Myriad Court's face turned gloomy. Is Li Shang-san going to follow in Bei Xing's footsteps? Is the Myriad Court going to follow in the footsteps of the Star Battle Academy and become the biggest joke in the East Continent? Chapter 1148. However, how could he escape after being called out by the wild dog? If he didn't respond, he would also lose face, and he would lose even more face than the Stardow Academy. Does this wild dog have some kind of trump card, or is he simply not afraid of death? That's why he dares to bark like that. The Academy Master of the Myriad Courtyard was caught in a dilemma. His heart was filled with haze, but he didn't have much of a choice. He was about to transmit his voice to Li Shang-san when he realized that there was no need for that. Li Shang-san was very clear on what to do after being targeted by the wild dog. He had already stepped forward. Wild dog, do you really think that no one in the Eastern Continent can control you? Li Shang-san said disdainfully, don't be too naive. No one would be angry with a mad dog, and they wouldn't exchange their life for a dog's. Chu Yang hated people like Li Shengsan the most. He didn't say much, and only coldly said, "Please start your performance." Although this sentence was no longer fresh and had lost its excitement, he couldn't be bothered to come up with a new one. He had humiliated the Eastern continent enough, and it was time for him to escape. "Huh," Li Shengsan laughed. "Wild dog, you really don't know what you're talking about, and you really think highly of yourself. Do you really think that you're the only one who doesn't fear the lightning tribulation?" After a pause, he mocked, "Or do you think that I'm that trash Bei Qingxing?" At first, when Li Shengsan was suddenly called out, he was very frightened. But now, he was extremely arrogant. Such a change made Chu Yang squint his eyes slightly. Then, he applauded and praised. "Maggot Dawn, not bad. Your words about Bei Qingxing being trash have a lot of meaning." Chu Yang looked at Li Shengsan mockingly. "Are you trying to tell me that I can drive a wedge between the Myriad Courtyard and the Stardow Academy by keeping you alive? I refuse." He rubbed his chin, shook his head, and said, "But I don't need such a big trick to clean up 2 feces pits, so I'm very sorry." When the people from the East Continent heard this, they immediately felt a strange sensation in their hearts. The dignified, all-creations child of the Nature Department was actually so terrified that he was begging for mercy in disguise. Although it was silent, Li Shengsan could feel everyone's strange gazes. He said calmly, "Wild dog, your intentions are really vicious. Do you think you can drive a wedge between our 2 courtyards? You are too naive." Chu Yang did not say a word and turned on the spectator mode. Li Shengsan couldn't find an opponent all of a sudden. It was as if he had used all his strength to punch empty air. It was very uncomfortable. "Wild dog, didn't want to kneel down and kowtow to you? Come on, do you have the ability to make me kneel down?" After this sentence, Chu Yang did not reply, and Li Shengsan did not say anything either. Soon, there was an awkward silence. After a while, Chu Yang spoke again. "Easter Maggot, your performance is over just like that?" The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Look at how impassioned and fearless you are. Why don't you make the first move? Don't tell me I haven't humiliated you enough." "Oh, I understand." He suddenly came to a realization and laughed. "Easter Maggot, you're afraid of the lightning tribulation. It's fine. I'll deal with you after the lightning tribulation ends. I guarantee that you'll die with a sense of rhythm." "Oomph." Li Shengsan coldly snorted. "I've said it before. Anyone with a normal brain would not exchange their life for a dog's." Smart. At that moment, there was nothing else to say. Chu Yang really did not use the lightning tribulation to make a move. This caused the pupils of the 6 courtyard heads to shrink. Chapter 1149. After a while, the lightning tribulation finally disappeared. Chu Yang immediately smiled brightly at the heads of the 6 great schools. "I thought that once the lightning tribulation was over, you 6 old bastards would immediately slaughter this dog. This dog expresses my disappointment." Li Shengsan helped the heads of the 6 great schools to avoid the awkwardness. He sneered and said, "Wild dog, it's just killing a dog like you. There's no need for the seniors to dirty their hands." His attitude and tone made Chu Yang even angrier. He said angrily, "Eastern Maggot, you really know how to annoy people. However, I'll tell you a secret. Usually, people who think that they're the only smart person in the world and that everyone else is stupid are actually the biggest idiots in the world." He directly pointed at Li Shengsan and said, "That's right. I'm talking about you, Easter Maggot." "Huh." Li Shengsan laughed. "Wild dog, without the lightning tribulation, you're nothing. I've never seen a dog as stupid as you." It was a blatant sneer. Chu Yang didn't take it seriously and said contemptuously, "Eastern Maggot, I'll let you be happy and proud. Otherwise, it'll be boring when you cry." Then he took out half of Bei Qingxing's soul and used the divine devil twins. However, he changed it. Soon, Bei Qingxing appeared in front of Li Shengsan. It had flesh and blood, and its realm was not inferior to Bei Qingxing's. Such a method was truly like creating something out of nothing. This caused the entire crowd to be extremely shocked. This method was definitely not inferior to Li Shengsan's creation ability. This was natural. The use of the divine devil twins direction change ability, which also contained the divine devil walking technique, turned Chu Yang's appearance into Bei Qinxing's. There is also a mysterious soul method, which injected half of Bei Qinxing's soul and replaced his soul. It could be said to be a work of the gods. Li Xingsan's subordinates almost froze their minds in a daze. Could it be that the wild dog also has a creation ability? Humph! Chu Yang looked at Li Xingsan's changed expression and snorted coldly in his heart. Who do you think you are? Is the creation god art that great? It's nothing compared to you. He then said, Eastern maggot, I'll use the person you look down on the most to rub you against the ground. I think you'll be in a very good mood. 7 kneels of the Star-Lord, landslide, rumble. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Bei Qinxing knelt down. All of a sudden, endless dazzling starlight burst out from behind him, and a boundless starry sky appeared, dotted with stars. Among them, a child's figure immediately appeared. Just like Bei Qinxing, he also knelt down. The entire place was in an uproar. It can't be, right? Could it really be Bei Qinxing's 7 kneels of the Star-Lord? How could Eastern Wilderness 002 have such a supreme, secret technique? The person who spoke trembled in disbelief. How did Eastern Wilderness 002 do it? First, it was Li Xingsan's creation ability. Now, it's Bei Qinxing's supreme secret technique. How is this possible? Could it be that he knows everything and is omnipotent? The 7 kneels of the Star-Lord is a top secret of the Star Academy. We didn't even know about it before. How could Wild Dog know about it? He even has it. Heavens, am I crazy? Or is this world crazy? Perhaps Eastern Wilderness 002 has just learned it. Perhaps it's just a form, but there's no essence. It's just a form. Not only the people from the East Continent, even the Academy Masters of the 6 great academies felt their hair stand on end. Their souls trembled as if they were cats that had suddenly encountered mouse. If the Wild Dog had just learned it, it was already frightening enough. If it was just a form, but there wasn't any essence, it wouldn't be able to display its power. This was reasonable. They felt that the latter was possible. After all, the Wild Dog could deliberately tease them. As for the people from the East Continent, they didn't dare to call him Wild Dog. They couldn't care less now. Chapter 1150. Rumble. Endless thunder and lightning emerged from the void. Earth and flames sprang up as the great Tao blade of slaughter descended. It's really the 7 kneels of the celestial monarch. It's not just a facade. Eastern Wilderness 002 actually grasped the 7 kneels of the celestial monarch. Everyone from the Eastern continent was in an uproar. Their scalps were numb, and they felt a chill from head to toe. How did Eastern Wilderness 002 do it? Is he not human? How can this be? It's already shocking that he challenged the 6 great academies alone. It'll definitely cause an uproar and shake the world. But isn't this his limit? The heavens are jealous of geniuses. Where is the hatred of the heavens? How can it allow such a person to exist in this world? Almost everyone lost their composure. They cried out in alarm, and some were even trembling in fear. How can this be? How can the Wild Dog grasp the 7 kneels of the celestial monarch? The most incredulous was still the dean of the Star Do Academy. Today, he had suffered 10,000 points of damage and had been humiliated countless times. The shadow in his heart was boundless. The dean of the other 5 academies were completely dumbfounded. Everything had completely overturned their imaginations. Screech. While they were in shock, Li Shangsan was struck by lightning and burned by earth and flames. The great Tao wanted to destroy him, but he was different from the heavens and earth. He immediately reacted. The others didn't pay attention, but Chu Yang saw it clearly. He saw the primordial chaos appear in the depths of Li Shangsan's body. The power at the beginning of the world surged out and merged with the rolling spiritual energy. Instantly, the vermilion bird of the 4 divisions appeared and protected Li Shangsan. Crackle. Thunder struck the vermilion bird, and the flesh exploded. There was a clear smell of blood that was no different from the real thing. The burning of earth and flames made the smell of burnt flesh even stronger, to the point where it could be clearly heard. A real vermilion bird. Li Shengsan had created a vermilion bird. Chu Yang was shocked beyond words. If this was the case, then Li Shengsan could even create a vermilion bird. Wouldn't that mean that he was invincible and possessed the methods of a saint? He immediately began to deduce frantically. After a while, he realized that this kind of reality was short-lived and could not be maintained for long. Once the power of creation disappeared, the vermilion bird would immediately collapse. It would not be able to exist in the human world for long. However, this was already shocking enough. Whether it's Bai Qinxing or Li Shengsan, they're both amazing. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He thought of Qianzi, who claimed to be born from heaven and earth in the Sky Academy. He was afraid that Qianzi was even more terrifying than these two. While he was shocked, the vermilion bird that Li Shengsan created was covered in wounds. However, it still managed to block the first kneel of a star venerate. Everyone from the East Continent was shocked to the point of numbness. He had even created a true vermilion bird. Li Shengsan was simply heaven-defying. Easter maggot, not bad. Li Shengsan's clapping woke the people of the East Continent from their stupor. But when they looked at Li Shengsan, their hearts were once again filled with shock. This person was even more outrageous and heaven-defying than Li Shengsan. Seventh kneel of a star venerate, sea withering. Seventh kneel of a star venerate, earth destroying. Seventh kneel of a star venerate, sky collapsing. Rumble. The void trembled like a rag. Bai Qinxing knelt 3 times in a row. 3-star venerate phantoms appeared, causing the space behind him to become incomparably bright. The starlight flowed like water and fell on the shocked faces. This was a battle between supreme geniuses. This was a shocking battle. In the past, the battles that everyone had witnessed were simply child's play. However, what was unbelievable was that Li Shengsan was only at the 6th level of the Soul Amalgamation Realm, while Eastern Wasteland 002 hadn't even reached the Soul Amalgamation Realm. However, both of them had displayed such earth-shattering methods. Chapter 11:51. Screech. When a might of the 7 kneels of the Celestial Lord, the 3rd kneel, Withering Sea, was unleashed, an earth-shattering power descended. The vermilion bird, which was already covered in blood, let out a mournful cry and exploded. Li Shengsan was like a vast ocean. The essence of his body seemed to be seawater. The luster on his body disappeared, and he was about to dry up in the blink of an eye. What was even more frightening was that the ground beneath his feet was about to collapse. The void above his head was constantly cracking, and space-time cracks were as black as ink. They covered the void like a spider web, and it looked as if it was about to collapse. He was horrified and roared out, for symbols, white tiger, azure dragon. Roar. The roar of a dragon and a tiger was like the sound of the creation of the world. It resounded in every corner, causing everyone to feel as if they were witnessing the creation of the world. Li Shengsan was dormant in the deepest part of his body. The primordial chaotic power surged out like a flood, enveloping and submerging him. The appearance of the white tiger and the azure dragon were like yin and yang hugging each other. They formed a protective barrier and resisted the power that was about to dry up his body. Rumble. At this moment, the void completely collapsed, and a pitch-black hole appeared above his head. The ground under his feet silently disappeared at this moment, and the surrounding space was faintly about to crack open. The scene was extremely shocking. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and the sky had collapsed. Everyone couldn't help but cry out in horror. My heavens have truly collapsed, and the earth has truly been destroyed. The 7 kneels of the Celestial Lord is actually so terrifying. How did Eastern Wilderness 002 resist it? Although it wasn't a true collapse, that space was indeed being destroyed. How could a mere spirit stage have such power? How could he use such a heaven-defying secret technique? According to the legends, all the demons from the outer world would be annihilated with just a half kneel. However, this sentence isn't enough to convey the terror within. The doomsday-like scene caused everyone in the eastern continent to be shocked by the terror of the 7 kneels of the celestial lord. I am in control of creation, seizing the void. The azure dragon is heaven. The white tiger is earth. The creation of heaven and earth. Li Shengsan faced this unprecedented terror and roared at the sky. He used his soul amalgamation realm ability to control the heavens and earth to control the void. He then used the power of creation to create a new world. The area around him became even more hazy and chaotic. A primordial aura of the world surged out like a wave, shocking everyone. If the heavens are destroyed, I will create a new heavens. If the earth is destroyed, I will create another. Li Shengsan forcefully blocked 3 of the 7 kneels of the Star-Lord. The scene was shocking everyone's eyes, causing them to exclaim repeatedly. Creation divine ability is indeed unimaginable. As long as one can grasp the power of creation, which one of them is not a supreme figure? Perhaps one day, the all-creation child will really be able to split the heavens and earth and create his own world. Everyone was shocked. Even the Academy Master of the Sky Academy and the Sage Master couldn't help but exclaim, the 7 kneels of the Star-Lord could destroy the heavens and earth, but this creation divine ability is not inferior to it. The Academy Masters of the Divine Firmament Academy and the Heavenly Sword Academy also echoed. Chapter 1152. The 6 great academies were equally famous, and each of them had their own ultimate techniques. The Myriad Academy had the creation technique, the Star Academy had the 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords, the Sky Sword Academy had the sword techniques, the Divine Firmament Academy had the lightning techniques, the Sky Academy had the spatial techniques, and the Heavenly Demon Academy had the demonic techniques. Even though there were differences in strength between their secret techniques, the difference was very small. Hence, the Myriad Academy's creation technique was definitely not inferior to the Star Academy's 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords. This meant that Li Shengsan was inferior to the wild dog. Chu Yang's eyes shone brightly. He also had the primal chaos and could deduce creation, but he did not obtain the technique. If I can obtain the secrets of creation and the 4 symbols visualization picture from Li Shengsan, it will save me a lot of effort. He instantly made up his mind to kill Li Shengsan, take his soul, obtain the secrets of creation, and seize the 4 symbols. If he obtained the supreme secret techniques of the 2 academies, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the East Continent. Everything that he had said before would be just around the corner. 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords, moonfall. 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords, sunfall. 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords, starfall. Bei Qinxing knelt 3 times consecutively, unleashing the last 3 moves of the 7 kneels of the Celestial Lords. Rumble. The void trembled, and the black hole above Li Shengsan's head grew bigger and bigger. Many cracks in the void spread out endlessly. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from the black hole. A crescent moon fell down, followed by a sun, and then countless stars fell down. The sun and moon appeared, and the stars fell. It seemed as if the entire starry sky was about to collapse. The void was silently torn apart, and a spatial storm swept out. Under the endless light of the sun, moon, and stars, there was a sea of light and endless light. The sky changed color, and Li Shengsan's expression also changed. If he was strong enough, he could open up the sky and the moon, turning the sun into the dark moon, and taking the stars to shape the starry sky. Unfortunately, he could not do it now. He roared repeatedly. The azure dragon holds the sun, the white tiger pounces on the moon, the black tortoise sets the sky, guarding the center, welcoming the stars. The azure dragon let out a long roar as it soared into the sky and caught the falling sun with its mouth. The white tiger rode the wind as it grabbed the crescent moon. The azure dragon held the sun while the white tiger held the moon. The 2 of them charged towards the falling stars. The black tortoise also appeared and stood in front of Li Shengsan to protect him. Rumble. The group of stars fell, colliding with the great sun and crescent moon. The void trembled, heaven and earth rumbled. Soon after, it was as if great suns were rapidly expanding and exploding one after another. Endless radiance erupted, dazzling heaven and earth, enveloping everything. In an instant, that place was no longer visible, and all senses were stripped away. Endless waves of energy swept over, causing the void to tremble like waves. Vast astral winds and shock waves swept over, sweeping away everything. It was like a giant hand that wanted to flatten all corners and erase all obstacles. It was as if the world had lost its sound. The sound was so fierce that it caused many people in the eastern continent to temporarily lose their hearing. There were even many people who were sent flying. Fortunately, this was the seven-will demonic domain. It was empty and there was almost nothing. The vast amount of energy was completely released into the void. Otherwise, what kind of earth-shattering scene would that be? Everything would be destroyed and destroyed. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally calmed down, and the sound appeared once again. Is this really a battle between a soul fusion stage and a spirit stage? A voice of disbelief rang out. The attack was too terrifying. The scene of the sun, moon, and stars falling had appeared. Didn't this mean that when the Eastern Wilderness 002 truly matured, he could destroy the world, cause the sun and moon to lose their light, and destroy the starry sky? Of course, the focus of everyone's attention was naturally the result. Chapter 1153. Whoosh! Everyone's gazes turned to where Li Sheng-san was. The space there had been completely restored, and there was only a bloody and mangled person. His entire body had been smashed into a pulp, and he was in an incomparably miserable state. It seemed that only his dim eyes were unharmed. Li Sheng-san was not dead, but he had been defeated. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Maggot Dong, reality has proven that you're not as good as that maggot Bei Chenxing. This result must be very unbearable for you. Chu Yang's cold voice resounded. Then, he walked straight over, wanting to take Li Sheng-san's life. However, with a whoosh, the dean of the Myriad Court moved and blocked his path. Wild Dog, you finally did something decent before you died. This kind of training won't last long. It's a good thing for him. The dean of the Myriad Court's voice was like an undulating mountain, crushing over one after another. It was incomparably heavy, filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. When he was angry, it was as if his anger was about to burn everything. Suddenly, the void turned red like a piece of iron, and rolling heat waves swept out. Who dares to stop me from killing? Chiang did not stop walking. He sneered and said, that old bastard from before couldn't, but you, old bastard, can? You're just here to embarrass yourself. Bei Chenxing once again performed the 7 kneels of the Star Lord, but with a bang, he exploded on the spot. Oomph. The dean of the Myriad Court thought that Chu Yang had some incredible means, but he could not help but sneer at this, but he did not say anything. This was because he felt a little uneasy and fearful. If Wild Dog did not have a trump card, he would not dare to be so arrogant. It was better to be careful. If Wild Dog did not have a trump card, he would be crushed to death in the end. Old bastard, what are you sneering at? Chu Yang directly scolded. Your grandfather just wants to test the 7 kneels of the Star Lord. Who are you laughing at? Also, get out of here quickly, or it will be too late later. Boom! Death Chi surged out of the Myriad Sect's headmaster's body. He was on full alert. The rest of the academy heads stared at Chu Yang without blinking. It was time to see his trump card. The people from the East Continent also held their breaths and concentrated. Da-da-da. Chu Yang's footsteps became incomparably clear. He looked coldly at the headmaster of the Wanxiang Institution. Old bastard, if you want to stop me, then go ahead and stop one of us. I want to see if you have the guts to do so. Will you be as laughable as the other old bastard? Shua. While he was speaking, a demonic shadow flashed out of thin air and instantly entered Chu Yang's body. The demonic avatar had returned. Rumble. The lightning tribulation appeared once again, descending upon Chu Yang. In an instant, his entire body flickered with lightning. The lightning was incomparably dazzling, as though he was the thunder god walking in the mortal world. Lightning punishment. Lightning punishment again. Fuck. The myriad sex headmaster's face turned black. He actually cursed out loud. It could be seen how flustered and exasperated he was. In his heart, he was cursing. The wild dog had just passed through the lightning tribulation and broke through to the 6th level of the spirit stage. How long had it been? He actually broke through again and attracted the lightning tribulation. This was truly unheard of. The people from the East Continent who were watching from afar, the 5 academy heads who were completely focused and widened their eyes, also wanted to curse. They were originally waiting to see the wild dog's trump card. But in the end, this wild dog was immoral and immoral. In the end, he brought out a lightning tribulation that caught them off guard. They already knew about the lightning tribulation, so there was no need to repeat it. Haha. Chapter 1154. I can't see the ancients in the past, nor can I see the successors in the future. Thinking about the long life of heaven and earth, I shed tears alone. Chuyang was also amused and began to tease them. That's right, I'm so unprecedented, and I'm so talented. I can break through whenever I want, and the lightning tribulation will come whenever I want. If you're so capable, you can envy me to death. Su Yiling and Feng Polong were instantly speechless. They could only be jealous. It was impossible for them to break through so quickly. He couldn't help but pat his head in annoyance. Then, he said with a beaming smile, I'm sorry. I had forgotten my special skill earlier. So, I've offended you. But, I've offended you because of that. Now, I've picked it up again. So, old man, please get lost. In the end, he even said narcissistically, I'm indeed a model of respecting the old and loving the young. I'm a role model for all young people. Yes, that's it. I'm indeed full of universal love. What the hell was that about respecting the old and loving the young? Role model my ass. Universal, love your sister. Instantly, many people ground their teeth and wanted to tear Chuyang apart. They realized that the wild dog from before was much cuter than the wild dog now. Swish! The dean of the Wanxiang court was really worried that he would die from anger. Without saying anything, he turned around and grabbed Li Shengsan to leave. Chuyang was anxious and stomped his feet. I say, old man with a black face, are you in a hurry to go home and get rid of the dust? I can forgive you, but don't snatch the trash from me. It's the duty of us young people to clean up the trash and make the world shine. Go home and get rid of the dust. The dean of the Wanxiang court was flying at high speed. Hearing this, his vision darkened and he staggered, almost falling to the ground. At this moment, Chuyang moved. He teleported and suddenly appeared in front of the dean of the Wanxiang court. With a smack, he directly smashed Li Shengsan's head. Then, he collected his soul and teleported away again. Pulling chestnuts out of the fire, life and death were on the line. It was extremely thrilling and could be said to be dancing on the fingertips of the Grim Reaper. It happened in the blink of an eye. Chuyang had succeeded. After all, who would have thought of this? The dean of the Wanxiang court stood there in a daze as he stared at Li Shengsan's corpse. There was only one word in his mind, teleportation. At this moment, everyone was so shocked that it was as if a door had been opened and they had seen a brand new world. Their horizons had been broadened. Teleport. Wild Dog could actually teleport. He was only at the spirit stage, but he could already teleport. Was there any justice left in this world? Hee. You old man with a black face, you can go home and collect dust. As a young man who respects the old and cherishes the young, I have already swept away the trash. Chuyang's face was full of smiles. He continued, Old man with a black face, although you have polluted many people's hearts, you can rest assured that you will not pollute the outside world. The outside world must be clean, pure, and beautiful. The dean of the Wanxiang court was so angry that white smoke was coming out of his mouth and nose. His body was trembling like a sieve, and he was about to explode. At this moment, everyone heard Chuyang say in surprise, Old man with a black face, you're so amazing. You can even breathe white smoke from your nose. Are you a juggler? Many people from the East Continent suddenly discovered another side of the Eastern Wilderness 002. His poisonous tongue was obviously much more amazing than his talent. Just look at how angry the dean of the Wanxiang court was with just a few words. Chu Yang faced the people from the East Continent and opened his arms. Trash. Hurry up and come down. I'm an expert in dealing with trash. You're the trash. Your entire body is trash. At this moment, even if Su Yiling didn't have much hatred for the Eastern Wilderness, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Brother Jean, please calm down. Seeing that the dean of the Wanxiang court was out of control, the sage master of the Sky Court flashed and held him down. Don't fall into his trap. Seeing this, Chu Yang suddenly sneered in his heart. Sage master, you old bastard. But it's good that you advised me. If you didn't, I'd be in danger. You should have a great connection with the Seven Wheels Demon Realm. As soon as the Sage Master spoke again, Chu Yang's eyelids twitched. He didn't dare to hesitate at once. Trash. I'll go get the tools to deal with trash. You stay here obediently for the time being. Uncle, I'll come back to deal with you later. Swish. He teleported again, but the distance was still a little short. As soon as he appeared, the Dean of the Six Courts found that he was going in the direction of the demonic bell. Oh no, he's going to seize the demonic bell. If he seizes the demonic bell, we'll all die here. Absolutely not. He'll succeed. The Dean of the Six Courts were horrified and immediately moved, especially the Sage Master, who suddenly flashed and appeared beside the demonic bell. Chu Yang was much worse than the old bastard in terms of the space-time technique. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Grandpa burrowing, you burrowing so fast. Are you a mouse? Swish. Then he flashed and disappeared in an instant. After that, when he appeared again, he had already abandoned the demonic bell and fled outside. Chapter 1155. The thunder tribulation was the best coordinate, and the sound of thunder was the best information transmission. As soon as Chu Yang escaped, the 6 great academies and the people of the East Continent immediately captured his movements. The hardcore people immediately clamored loudly. Rumble. Among the 6 great academies, except for the Sage Master who controlled the space-time technique, the other 5 were like giant beasts galloping in the void. The air exploded, and the void was almost torn apart. Their speed was extremely fast. They instantly cut off Chu Yang's path. Chu Yang was flying at an extremely fast speed. He was like an eagle. He suddenly felt as if a mountain as high as the sky had suddenly appeared in front of him. A vigorous aura was pressing down on him. It was as if 6 big mountains were pressing down on his heart. He almost couldn't breathe for a moment. A tiger that had eaten its fill was like a cat, but a hungry tiger that had awakened to eat people was terrifying. The 6 great academies' academy masters were all enraged by Chu Yang. At this time, the aura they emitted was really incomparably terrifying, completely different from before. Chu Yang now felt that he was an ant facing 6 mountains. 6 elders, you went back home to pluck the dust. Is the speed of refining very fast? No wonder you guys pluck the dust. Even your sons don't know. The stronger the 6 old bastards were, the more respected their positions were. Chu Yang's sharp teeth were now more lethal, and this seemed to be the legend that those who have nothing to lose were not afraid of wearing shoes. No, he had shoes, sandals. Thunder's sandals were too good, allowing him to be as sloppy as he wanted and show off his martial prowess. Although the 6 old bastards had cut off the path of the gigolo, the handsome Chu Yang, they did not dare to get too close. Hee. Chu Yang snickered in his heart. At that moment, he let out a cry, and then his poetic spirit burst. The great river flows east. The waves wash away all the heroes of ancient times. In the east of the old fort, people say, the little white dragon in the eastern wilderness waves, the eastern wilderness 002, majestic and heroic, with a feather fan and a silk scarf, chatting and laughing, the heroes of the East Continent are all my concubines. After a trip to the 7 demonic realms, the East Continent should be jealous of me, handsome and live well. Life is like a dream a venerable one returns to the river moon. So fucking talented. Thump, thump. Many of the densely packed people in the eastern continent who were chasing after Chu Yang suddenly heard such a good poem. Many of them fell from the sky like birds with broken wings. Obviously, they were greatly shocked by Chu Yang's talent in poetry. After they fell to the ground, they raised their heads to look at Chu Yang, who was not far away, as if they were looking at some unique humanoid creature. When Feng Polong heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. What a good summary. However, he was truly convinced. Under the encirclement and suppression of the 6 great academies' headmasters, he was afraid that even he could not be as talented as Chu Yang, who was able to display such talent in poetry to his heart's content. Rumor has it that those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who are wearing shoes. Chu Yang glanced at the 6 old bastards. You seem to be wearing shoes, but why aren't you afraid of me? This doesn't make sense. He waved his hand at the people chasing after him and rubbed his chin. He thought for a while and said seriously, "You people who don't wear shoes, don't come and disturb the pondering of an ancient hero. Otherwise, you will all be sinners." The headmasters of the 6 great academies looked at Chu Yang, who was hovering in the air, and most of their faces darkened. Wild dog, you're the one who is not afraid of wearing shoes. The 6 of them were so revered, but today they actually joined forces to deal with a junior. If word got out, it would be a joke. In addition, what was even more depressing was that the Thunder Tribulation had not ended, so they did not dare to attack Wild Dog. The people chasing behind him were further away, but they could only keep up with Chu Yang from afar. Chapter 1156. Chu Yang suddenly poked them angrily. I've already told you that you're not wearing shoes. Don't come and disturb the thinking of the legendary figures. Great, now something big has happened. There has been a huge deviation in the progress of the East Continent. I'm afraid there will be a catastrophe. You're all guilty. You're all sinners. His righteous indignation stunned many people. For a short period of time, they really treated Wild Dog as a legendary figure and felt that they were guilty. As a handsome, young male warrior of the Eastern Wilderness, I represent the moon and destroy you. A handsome, young male warrior of the Eastern Wilderness. And he even represented the moon. The people of the East Continent were thunderstruck. Soon, they were struck by lightning. With a swoosh, Chu Yang turned around and teleported away, causing everyone to lose sight of him. Then, they suddenly heard his voice. It seemed to be very close. Brother, the handsome young male warrior of the Eastern Wilderness is right here. Where are you looking? A Transcendence Realm expert felt someone pat his shoulder from behind. He turned around abruptly. His face instantly turned pale, and he trembled nonstop. His entire person was in a mess. Especially when he heard the rumbling thunder. His mind was filled with a roar. Lightning tribulation. Wild Dog had drawn him into the lightning tribulation. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Wild Dog rumble. Just as he roared, a bolt of lightning tribulation descended. It struck him so hard that his eyes rolled back and smoke rose from his head. Then he fell straight to the ground. Rumble. The lightning punishment continued to splash down, and miserable shrieks rose and fell one after another. That area turned into a world of lightning, and everyone was caught in the lightning tribulation. They were struck by lightning and cried for their parents, and wailed miserably. Chu Yang listened to the rumbling thunder and looked at the vast expanse of white lightning. He was once again inspired to write poetry. The 9 prefectures rely on wind and thunder. 10,000 horses are silent. I advise Heaven Duke to be full of vigor and not stick to one type of person. Everyone, congratulations to all of you for being chosen by Heaven. Then he exclaimed, Heaven Duke chooses talents. What a beautiful scene. It's really as beautiful as a painting. You can watch it for 3 days and 3 nights without hiding. It's so beautiful. Wicked, truly wicked. Killing someone just like that, and still being poetic and pretending to be cultured. Those who weren't involved in the lightning tribulation all broke out in cold sweat when they saw this scene. They were secretly relieved that they weren't destroyed by the beautiful young male warrior of the eastern wilderness on behalf of the moon. Such a way of dying was too humiliating. At least for now, they didn't think there was any other way of dying that was worse than this. Easter maggots, my uncle has the virtue of not killing you pitiful worms who don't wear shoes. You actually dare to recklessly chase after me. It's true that even the king of hell can't save a dying ghost. Wang Bushong, who was on Chu Yang's back, suddenly laughed strangely at this time. If someone familiar with parrots was present, they would immediately recognize that this was the strange laughter of a parrot, and definitely not Wang Bushong's mocking laughter. What he said seemed to be true. Those who weren't involved in the lightning tribulation were speechless again. Rumble. After a while, the last rumble of rolling thunder sounded, and the lightning tribulation ended with this long sound. In an instant, countless people in the East Continent had a dim light in their eyes. Like evil wolves, they stared at Chu Yang. Wah! Chu Yang was already prepared. Before the heads of the 6 great academies made a move, he imitated the parrot and laughed strangely. The thunder tribulation sandals are gone. Everyone here, if any of you dare to touch them, I, the beautiful young male warrior of the eastern wilderness, will destroy you on behalf of the moon. The damned beautiful young male warrior of the eastern wilderness appeared again. Many people were grinding their teeth, but no one dared to act rashly. This so-called beautiful young male warrior of the eastern wilderness was too strange, and no one could see through his trump card. If the sky fell, the tall man would hold it up. If anyone were to make a move, it would be the 6 great academies who made the first move. Chapter 11:57. The scene suddenly quieted down. Although many people were ready to make a move, they restrained themselves, not wanting to die in vain. If the heads of the 6 great academies were not afraid of Chu Yang's trump card, they would have taken action long ago. But there were too many suspicious points and strange things, especially when Chu Yang had just escaped. Wild Dog was clearly facing the lightning tribulation. How could he escape with such a big commotion? He would be discovered immediately if he escaped. But why would he do such a useless thing? Everyone feared the lightning tribulation like a snake or a scorpion, but Wild Dog enjoyed it. They clearly discovered that there was something in Wild Dog's body that was endlessly devouring the lightning tribulation. What was it that allowed it to devour the lightning tribulation so fearlessly? The level of the lightning tribulation was originally 2 realms higher than Wild Dog, but now it was only 1 realm higher than Wild Dog's. This was also a very suspicious point. At least it showed that Wild Dog's lightning tribulation did not only target the increase of realms. The aura that the Wild Dog exuded made the 6 of them very alarmed. That aura made the deepest part of their souls feel a faint sense of fear. Most importantly, if it was as they guessed, that Wild Dog was indeed related to the 7 Wheels demonic realm, then it was too terrifying. This was definitely not without basis. Wild Dog was too compatible with the space of the 7 Wheels demonic realm. The 7 Wheels demonic realm was like his domain. Especially when they were close to Wild Dog, the 6 of them clearly felt that the space of the 7 Wheels demonic realm was rejecting them. In addition, Wild Dog's strange laughter just now was also very strange. That kind of strange laughter did not match the little Wild Dog at all. All these suspicious points made the heads of the 6 great academies bewildered. But Wild Dog might have a great connection with the 7 Wheels demonic realm. Just this point alone made them feel incomparably fearful. The 7 Wheels demonic realm was the corpse of a supreme demon venerable. When it died and fell, it could wipe out the ancient demon sect in the East Continent. It was unimaginably terrifying. Chu Yang could clearly feel that he was being observed like a fish in a fish tank. If it weren't for the fact that he had the god demon martial spirit and the 7 essences of the 7 essences of the 7 essences, which could hide everything, he would have long stripped them naked and let the 6 old bastards see everything clearly. He was now stalling for time so that he could carry out his plan. During this process, he was also learning Li Shengsan's creation ability. To be exact, it was the Creation Heart Sutra from the Myriad Court. The reason why Li Sheng-san had mastered the creation divine ability was because he had comprehended the creation heart sutra. Bang! Chu Yang suddenly broke the silence. He pointed at Feng Po-long and said, "That ugly young man from the East Continent. Do you dare to fight with my handsome young man from the East Continent? I'll give you a chance, but I promise I won't make you feel inferior and die." Feng Po-long felt as if he was struck by lightning, and was struck by lightning. Was he ugly? How could he not lie through his teeth? If they were to fight, it would be a battle between the handsome young man from the East Continent and the handsome young man from the Eastern Wilderness. He turned his face away. This immoral thing had no morals and integrity. He was just a bitch who spoke too much. Bang! Beautiful young warrior from the East Continent. Do you dare to fight with me for 300 rounds? I'll be on top while you're below. Let's fight until the heavens and the earth turn upside down. Shameless bastard. Sui's cold face heated up. Then she ground her teeth. If she was pure and innocent, she would become a joke and become a bitch if she agreed to fight 300 rounds. You maggots from the East, if any of you dare to crawl out of the cesspool, fight with me. Chapter 1158. Nature is still hidden. Creation has its origin power. Spirituality is connected with creation. Mountains and streams are reflected on the jade pendant. Mechanism within mechanism, change within change. How can wisdom be relied on? Everything changes, but there is no rest. Moving with the flow, or returning with a push. His form and chi change continuously, changing and disappearing. Huka's words won't come out of nowhere. Misfortune is a blessing in disguise. Misfortune is a blessing in disguise. Sorrow and joy gather in the same place. Good and bad are in the same domain. Heaven and earth are the furnace. Creation is the worker. Yin and yang are the charcoal. Everything is the copper. Creation is beautiful. Yin and yang cut through the dawn. Merit and creation compete for flow. Virtue and yin and yang are greater. Things in heaven and earth were too mysterious. There were mysteries hidden within mysteries. There would be other changes and changes. If he didn't have the divine demon martial soul to deduce, he wouldn't have the confidence to comprehend the heart sutra of creation. It was too mysterious. Rumble. Chu Yang's powerful foundation was revealed at this time. The chaotic spirit body and the chaos cycle of the ascending soul realm were triggered the moment the heart sutra of creation was activated. In the deepest part of his body, the chaotic chi was immediately formed and appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Inside the universal millstone began to vibrate. What was different this time was that yin and yang appeared first, and then the four symbols, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and azure dragon, appeared on millstone. At the same time, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, lakes, rolling rivers, birds, fish, and insects all appeared on the universal globe. My deduction is not wrong. Even if you don't get the heart sutra of creation, you can master the creation divine ability at some point. Hee hee. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Wild dog, what are you laughing at? Do you think that we can't kill a wild dog with so many people in the East Continent? At this time, the headmasters of the 6 great academies couldn't see through Chu Yang. They finally sent people to test him. The timing was perfect. Just as he was sneering, after a period of patience, many people in the East Continent had become restless. Chu Yang looked at the young man with a smile. Lu Ji, 7th level of the Transcendence Realm. How can our East Continent be mocked by a wild dog? I don't believe that a wild dog can do anything. A crippled, middle-aged man sneered. Wild dog, other than the lightning retribution, I don't think he has any other trump cards left. Everyone, let's charge forward and tear him apart. That's right. Wild dog is just bluffing. If I'm scared by him, I don't know how much this wild dog will belittle me, and I don't know how many years I'll be laughed at for. We can't tolerate it. How can we allow a mere wild dog, a trash at the 7th level of the spirit stage, to defecate on our heads? Kill him. We must kill him. The crowd was stirred up, so it was easy for the leader to set the pace. Then, many people surrounded Chu Yang, and approach him step by step. Oof. Chu Yang sneered in his heart. It was truly difficult to persuade those who deserved to die. Even if he did not comprehend the creation divine ability, he could break through to the 8th or 9th level of the spirit stage at any time and attract the lightning retribution. Because he had absorbed the 7 soul origins of the 2 supreme figures, his 7 soul origins were extremely powerful and vigorous. It had even given birth to the divine twins. Breaking through to the next realm was just a matter of a thought from him. Hee hee. Chu Yang looked at these damned people and smiled brilliantly. They're the little cutie that wants me to tell you that he was touched by your passion. If he appears, everyone, please don't be so excited that you faint. Wild dog, you're trying to act mysterious again. Who do you think you can fool? Lu Ji said with contempt. The crippled middle-aged man also sneered. You're about to die, yet you're still so ignorant. Follow me and chop up this wild dog. Rumble. Under the lead of the 6-fingered young man and the crippled middle-aged man, the people from the East Continent flooded over like a tidal wave. Their momentum was extremely shocking. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging over. Many spiritual forces locked onto Chu Yang. Countless people had used their heaven and earth palm to reinforce the space where he was at. They had completely locked down the entire void, making it impossible for him to teleport. He even felt as if he was frozen in amber. In an instant, the 6-fingered young man's sneer, the crippled middle-aged man's grin, and the furious faces were all imprinted in his eyes. At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down. The 6-fingered young man and the others could clearly see the smile on Chu Yang's face. It was getting more and more obvious, and it was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a cold sneer. Rumble. Thunder rumbled out from the void and scared the souls of the people from the East Continent out of their bodies. They all stopped in unison. Chapter 1159. Lightning Tribulation. The 6-fingered youth and the crippled middle-aged man felt their scalps tingling. Before the lightning tribulation arrived, they were already charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Smoke was coming out of their bodies, turning them into dead people. Cute. This lightning tribulation was so cute that it could kill. The 6-fingered youth and the crippled middle-aged man wanted to cry when they saw such a cute little thing. They had never seen someone play with people like this. They weren't here to kill people. They were here to die. Feng Polong looked at the endless lightning above Chu Yang's head and was a little confused. This random trick was used again and again, but it was more effective each time. There was no justice in this world. Su Yiling was looking forward to the shameless bastard being torn apart, but as she expected, this group of people were all cheated. How could such a shameless bastard not suffer in the future? She knew that this might happen, but at this moment, she couldn't help but grind her teeth. Shameless bastard, you like to play with lightning, right? One day, I'll use lightning to strike you to death. Rumble. After the 6-fingered youth and the rest stopped, they instantly turned around and ran for their lives. They ran as fast as they came. At this moment, they hated that their parents didn't give them more legs. The scene was like a defeated army. No one cared about anyone else. They were strong, and their movement techniques were fast. They directly knocked away those who blocked their way. It was chaos. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? The little cutie is going to be angry. Only a bastard like you can call the lightning tribulation a little cutie. Rumble. They ran fast, but the lightning tribulation descended even faster. In an instant, the lightning tribulation descended like dumplings. Many people in the void fell down and died without any sound. A lightning tribulation 2 levels higher than the wild dog. The pupils of the 6 hall masters shrank. Could the wild dog control the lightning tribulation at will? Everyone, if you don't like this little cutie, then let's change it. Chu Yang used the reincarnation gourd to collect the souls of those who were struck to death by the lightning tribulation. Then, he used the creation ability and flicked his fingers. In an instant, 8 people appeared and knelt in 8 different directions. 7 kneels of the Star-Lord. Bang, bang, bang. Among the 8 of them, those who were at least to the Nirvana realm directly exploded. In the end, only 4 of them were left, and those in the 4 directions immediately died. Not a single one survived. Lightning tribulation and 7 kneeling celestial venerates. That was enough. The faces of the 6 headmasters were extremely ugly. They wanted to force out the wild dog's trump card to ensure that nothing would go wrong. However, the wild dog only had these few moves, which made them irritated. They gritted their teeth secretly and almost couldn't hold back the fire. Celestial Lord 7 kneels. With my current realm, it seems that I can only attack those in the Transcendence realm. When they heard Wild Dog's voice, the expressions of the 6 people turned even gloomier. The Wild Dog actually had the energy and mood to check the limits of the Star Venerates 7 kneels. Whoosh! Suddenly, Chu Yang disappeared. After everyone lost sight of him, they followed the direction of the lightning tribulation and caught sight of him again. He had already appeared behind the 6-fingered youth. Rumble! Rumbling thunder came from behind. When the 6-fingered youth noticed, he suddenly felt intense pain. He lowered his head and saw the tip of a sword emerging from his heart, flickering with light. Chapter 1160. Little Cutie number 3, I #yin. Before the 6-fingered young man could finish cursing, his head tilted and he died. People from the East Continent were shocked again. Wild Dog could teleport, so it was easy for him to sneak attack and kill people. Little dog, don't run. I'm asking you which cutie number you want. Hearing this, the crippled middle-aged man shivered as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Wild Dog was going to settle accounts with him. He fled like crazy, like a frightened dog. But the rumbling thunder was always near him. People from the East Continent and even the heads of the 6 great academies were looking at him. He suddenly seemed to have become the center of the world, but it was creepy. He was definitely not the center of the world. Wild Dog was now the center of everyone's attention, the center of the world. But Wild Dog didn't attack him. He just followed him closely like a ghost. However, in an instant, the extreme fear caused his entire body to be drenched in sweat. It was incomparably torturous. Time seemed to have been stretched out endlessly, magnifying his anxiety and fear. Every day felt like a year. Little dog, I once told Bei Chinxing Maggot that death may be terrible, but waiting for death is the most torturous. Why are you running? Can't you tell me how you feel? I'm very curious. You're curious? Can you not ask me? How can you bully me like this? The crippled middle-aged man wanted to cry. In the end, he cursed, Wild Dog, you #yin %. Little dog, your barking is quite fierce, isn't it? A cat playing with a mouse. The crippled middle-aged man couldn't get rid of Wild Dog. He was completely desperate and angry. He roared, Wild Dog, I'll fight you to the death. But as soon as he turned around, thunder suddenly sounded behind him. Like the 6-fingered young man, he immediately saw the shiny sword tip coming out of his heart. At this time, he knew what the 6-fingered young man had just experienced. The sword pierced through his body and cut everything in its path into pieces. I shouldn't have provoked this psychopath. That was the last thought he had before he died. After that, the people from the East Continent realized that the Wild Dog had a very good memory and was extremely vengeful. Those who had led the group to kill him were all killed one by one. None of them escaped. It took a long time, and the lightning tribulation had already passed. However, the Wild Dog immediately broke through to the 8th level of the spirit realm. 7 spirit wheels appeared in his body, forming a line of 7 stars. This caused the lightning punishment to descend once again. Rumble. Listening to the rumbling thunder, everyone wanted to curse. They had never seen such a bastard. He actually used the lightning tribulation to bully others. He really deserved to be struck by lightning. However, the people from the East Continent had no time to curse. This time, Wild Dog was going to attack the headmasters of the 6 great academies. 6 puppies. I'm very curious if you will run away later. Whoosh! Chu Yang snickered. Suddenly, he charged towards the headmasters of the 6 great academies, wanting to use the lightning tribulation to oppress them. Such a scene made everyone from the East Continent feel like their hearts were about to explode. Could it be that Wild Dog wanted to kill the headmasters of the 6 great academies? He really dared to think about it. The headmasters of the 6 great academies had a gloomy expression on their faces. In an instant, a deathly aura surged out from their bodies and covered a large area. Once the Wild Dog entered the deathly aura, he would definitely die. However, the pupils of the 6 people shrank. Facing the deathly aura, the Wild Dog didn't even try to avoid it. Instead, he directly charged towards it. The Wanxiang courtyard's headmaster was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He was so shocked that he immediately retracted the deathly aura and ran away. Chapter 1161. Puppy of All Creations, Don't Run. When a master of the All Creations Academy was furious, he found that Chu Yang had abandoned him and suddenly rushed to the other 5 people. In an instant, the 5 hall masters were like 5 huge rats that had encountered a snake, fleeing in all directions. Such a scene was like a peerless famous painting, which was rare to see. If it was spread out, Chu Yang's name would be passed down through the ages, even if he died. Wild Dog, knowing that he can't escape, is he going to risk his life? Even if he dies, he will drag one of them down with him. The 6 people were so angry that they almost fainted. They were really like being chased and bitten by a mad dog. They couldn't rest for a moment and kept dodging. In the end, they found that the Wild Dog was staring at a Saint Master of the Sky Academy. The Saint Master was proficient in space-time skills and posed the greatest threat to the Wild Dog, so he became the Wild Dog's main target. Not only the 5 people thought so, but the Saint Master also thought so. Puppy, be good, don't run. I have bones here. The Saint Master was proficient in space-time skills and dodged leisurely. Chu Yang immediately changed his method and humiliated the Saint Master with a smile, as if he was teasing a puppy. He even took a corpse as a bone and let the Saint Master gnaw on it. Everyone was speechless. They never thought that they would see or hear such a scene one day. It seemed that they would be satisfied even if they died immediately. The dignified master of the Sky Academy and the famous Saint Master in the East Continent was teased by a junior like a puppy. It was rare and unheard of. If this spread out, he would be laughed at by others. What face would he have left? Puppy, why are you running? Is a little cutie so scary? If you continue to do this, I will be angry and catch you. Do you think I will still take you out in the future? Puppy, which bitch are you going to find? If you don't listen to me, I will castrate you. Swish, swish. Chu Yang teleported, and so did the Sage Master. He flickered continuously, and his brilliant speech was even more numerous and varied. It was like a torrential river that flowed continuously, petrifying everyone present. It was deeply engraved in everyone's minds, and they might never be able to forget it. The sacred sovereign was continuously humiliated. Even though his expression didn't change much, nor did he erupt with any terrifying aura, his eyes became more and more malicious as he stared coldly at Chu Yang. It was like absolute zero. It was terrifying. Wherever he looked, it seemed like it was going to freeze and crack. Wherever Chu Yang was, the space there seemed to be frozen, and anyone who came into contact with a sacred expert's line of sight would directly fall weak onto the ground. Chu Yang was not afraid at all. He sneered in his heart. Old bastard, are you very angry? I want to slap your face, make you lose all your dignity, and make you angry. So what if you want to kill me? I'm not afraid of you. In the Sky Academy, no matter how good the test results were, the people in the Eastern Wilderness could only enter the Chores Academy. Chu Yang had always kept this rule in mind. Now that he had time, he naturally wanted to tease this old bastard and make him feel disgraced. None of the Academy Masters of the 6 Academies could be killed by Chu Yang now, because the difference in their realms was too great. Therefore, even if he could teleport, it was absolutely impossible with the help of thunder. However, he could still humiliate them, just like now. After Chu Yang teased the sacred sovereign for a while, he stopped. Puppy, how do you feel? Express your excitement now. If this matter spreads out today, and the people outside hear that you were chased like a dog for half a day, I guarantee that you will definitely win an award. How about the puppy award? The sacred sovereign didn't say anything. At this time, his face actually became incomparably calm, and even the coldness in his eyes had disappeared. He was calm and collected, without joy, sorrow, or anger, as if he had never been angry before. Puppy, you're very interesting. As a reward, I plan to tell you a story. Chuyang directly began the next step of the plan. When he pointed at the Seven Wheels demon realm and spoke again, the sacred sovereign's expression couldn't help but change. That's right. The story that the strongest storyteller in history wants to tell must be related to this supreme existence. After a pause, he continued, "If you want to hear it, I ask you to applaud. Without applause, the strongest storyteller in history won't bring you a pleasant story." This bastard never played by the rules, but it was up to him whether he wanted to tell it or not. Did he really think that they were willing to listen? However, what surprised everyone in the East Continent was that the sacred sovereign, who had been chased around like a puppy, actually took the lead to applaud first. Clap, clap, clap. For a moment, the applause was like a tide, endless. Chuyang laughed when he heard the applause, especially when the sacred sovereign applauded first. He was even more proud in his heart. He had a bullshit story, and he knew nothing about the supreme demon venerable. He was just full of nonsense, and he actually deceived a group of old people. Chapter 1162. Very good applause. It seems that although the maggots of the East grew up eating shit, they are still grateful to the people who poop. You're all good maggots. Hashtag yin%%. Who knew how many people were cursing in their hearts? This was too much. A mere wild dog said that they grew up eating shit and were maggots. If it wasn't for this wild dog using the lightning tribulation to abuse his power, he would be eating shit right now. Anger welled up within him. Almost everyone present was fuming with anger. They had never seen such a meticulous, vengeful person. Wild Dog was simply too crafty. Yes, yes, yes. Chuyang cleared his throat and then said, "Long, long ago." What the hell? The first sentence, Chuyang, made everyone stare in shock. What are you looking at? Chuyang criticized them. The strongest storyteller always starts like this. You're not humble. Do you want to be like this? Reflect on yourself for half an hour. To hell with the strongest storyteller. Are you telling a story or spouting nonsense? But the Six Hall Masters didn't say anything. They really had to reflect on themselves for a quarter of an hour before Wild Dog began. A long, long time ago, there was a mountain. There was a temple on the mountain. There were two monks in the temple. One was an old monk, and the other was a young monk. The young monk asked the old monk to tell him a story. So the old monk told this story. A long, long time ago, there was a mountain. There was a temple on the mountain. There were two monks in the temple. One was an old monk, and the other was a young monk. The young monk asked the old monk to tell him a story. Such a story, such a touching story. So people collapsed, feeling that their worldview had collapsed. However, Chuyang continued his wonderful story as if he didn't notice it. So the old monk told this story. It was an endless cycle. Endless, endless, and endless. Everyone from the East Continent was so angry that they felt dizzy. It was as if there was a curse above their heads. Their faces were black as they gnashed their teeth. The sound of teeth grinding could be heard. Your sister. Even a great beauty like Su Yiling couldn't help but curse at this moment. She gritted her teeth and scolded him word by word. It was obvious how much hatred she had in her heart. Originally, when she heard about the Seven Wheels demonic realm and this supreme figure, she pricked up her ears to listen. She didn't expect to hear such a story in the end. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on the mountain, there was a temple. She even had the heart to perish together with Chuyang. As for the sacred expert, he could no longer maintain his calm. The veins on his face bulged, and the three-corpse god jumped about. Chuyang looked at the angry faces, but he was indifferent and calm. He even secretly sneered. If you don't agree, come and bite me to death. I've already been very benevolent, telling you the most classic story from another world. You're all in for a treat. Then, he made the first move. He glared at everyone in the East Continent and shouted, "I can see your impatience. Do you think I'm fooling you? If he wasn't stupid, then he was a ghost. You actually have the cheek to ask and the cheek to be angry. Everyone in the East Continent's eyes were about to spit fire. If you don't want to hear it, then I won't say it now. Chu Yang immediately turned his anger into laughter. He said with a smile, "However, you better not regret it, because this is really related to the Supreme Demon Lord. It's an even more touching story." He was in a poetic mood again. With his hands behind his back, he recited, "What is love in the world? Until life and death. Flying travelers from the south to the north. How many times does the old wing go through winter and summer? Joy is interesting, parting is painful, and there are even more infatuated children. A gentleman should have words. Thousands of miles of clouds, thousands of mountains, sunset snow, only the shadow of who to go to." Chapter 1163. I'm going to drip those circles. Feng Polong couldn't hold it in anymore. He was so angry that his face turned red and his teeth chattered. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Eastern Wilderness 002. Believe it or not, I'll smash that mouth of yours even if I have to give up my life. The Six Hall Masters also faintly wanted to fight to the death with Chu Yang. They couldn't bear it anymore. This was too infuriating. In fact, they were enemies, but who dared not to give them some face? Sigh. Chu Yang finally felt a little guilty. Then, he shook his head and pretended to sigh. This story really makes those who hear it sad, and those who listen cry. He was still blabbering on, endlessly nagging. Boom! Feng Polong went berserk. The air around him exploded, and he rushed over like a tyrannosaurus. Have you heard that a bow in front of the devil makes one not an immortal in the mortal world? Dong! A loud sound. Such a serious sentence made Feng Polong stomp on the ground and stop, but his eyes still looked like they could eat people. Actually, the story I told you just now is true. Chu Yang pretended to be reminiscing. In the Eastern Wilderness, there was a man and a woman who fell in love at first sight. Then they were incomparably loving and sweet. The woman didn't know how to tell stories, but she liked to tell stories. Therefore, she told that story to the man. The man didn't get tired of listening to it for 3 days and 3 nights. He didn't get tired of it even after more than 10 years. Was there such a stupid woman? Was this man sick? Everyone was suspicious, thinking that Chu Yang was talking nonsense again. Don't look at me with that murderous gaze. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Do you understand? No matter how bad this woman's story is, so what? Is it important? What's important is that the woman is willing to tell and the man is willing to listen. Of course, the woman is not stupid. She kept telling such an infinite story because she wanted to see the man's silly look, his doting eyes. Men are not stupid in the slightest. It's just that no matter how ridiculous and bizarre a woman's words are, as long as a woman's voice enters his ears, he will feel that he is the happiest person in the world, without exception. This bastard had actually made up for it. Even if Su Illing suspected that this story was fake, she would rather it be real. How good would it be if she could find such a man? Don't tell me that man is this supreme being, Feng Polong said as he pointed at the 7 Wheels demonic realm. He clearly had the urge to go berserk again. Things like Chu Yang could simply turn a person into a maniac. Chu Yang snapped his fingers. Brother Feng, you got it right. You are indeed worthy of being the man who will fight me in the future. You're like the wind. He must be a crazy man. Feng Polong cursed in his heart, but he had no other choice. Wasn't it because the 6 great courtyard heads had forced him to do so? At this time, he was the only one who was suitable to talk back to Chu Yang. The Supreme Demon Venerable was of great importance. Even if the 6 great academies knew that they might be fooled, they were still willing to try. One day, after a pause, Chu Yang suddenly said, "Let me put it simply. One day, a man and a woman were being hunted down by righteous people. The woman blocked a sword for the man and died. After the man became a devil and took revenge, he wanted to revive the woman. His nonsense had no limits. If the parrot was here, it would definitely be shocked." Chapter 1164. Eastern Wilderness 002, your story isn't good at all. Phone Polong sneered. Do you think we're all fools? This bullshit story was simply too ridiculous. You think it's fake because it didn't get to the point, right? For example, what's my relationship with the Supreme Demon Lord, right? Chu Yang showed a sad expression, and then like a rooster, he puffed out his chest and said proudly, I can tell you clearly that he's my ancestor. The Supreme Demon Lord was the ancestor of Eastern Wilderness 002. Chu Yang was talking nonsense and randomly claiming that he was his ancestor, but it also stunned everyone in the East Continent. So, in this Seven Wheels demon realm, I'm omnipotent. Chu Yang began to show evidence. For example, I don't need to understand the 7 kneels of the Star Lord, let alone know how to do it. I can do it with a thought. And this screech, with a long, high-pitched cry, a vermilion bird appeared behind Chu Yang. Li Xingsan's creation theurgy. Feng Polong was stunned, even though he didn't believe a single word of Chu Yang's nonsense. But this strike of his made him see stars. He didn't know where he was, nor who his parents were. Actually, this isn't my real body now. Chu Yang spoke again, and it was earth-shattering. He pointed at Wang Bushong on his back. He's not real either. The 6 old bastards should have noticed it long ago. After all, his smile just now didn't match his identity at all. Disperse. His words were like the law. Wang Bushong on his back silently spread, opened 3 times, and disappeared. This was Chu Yang's divine son of the celestial demon twin theurgy, and then transformed into him with the celestial demon walk technique. Such a scene made everyone unable to believe it. It was as if they were all dead. If that was the case, what were they doing just now? They were all treated as fools and teased over and over again. They were so stupid that they could kill themselves. Everyone from the East Continent. Chu Yang suddenly became courteous. He cupped his fists at everyone and said, The East Continent scolded the Eastern Wilderness as a wild dog, but the Eastern Wilderness can also scold the East Continent as a maggot. This will only lead to generations of enmity. When will it end? Today, I reveal my ancestors' identity to tell you that there are still people in the Eastern Wilderness. We'll let you go back. You should think about what you want to do in the future. This was not Chu Yang's goal. He just wanted to tease the people of the East Continent. However, he was too excited after talking nonsense. He even pretended to be his ancestor. In the end, he could not find a way to smooth things over. He could only borrow the power of the Supreme Demon Lord to intimidate the East Continent. However, toying with the heroes of the East Continent, like toying with monkeys and turning them into innocent and pure children, seemed to be very interesting. In any case, he felt that it was not bad. Boom. Therefore, Chu Yang looked at the crowd with a mysterious smile like Mona Lisa. Then, his body exploded, turned into a stream of air, and flew in the direction of the demonic bell. However, at this time, his voice came from there. If the East Continent doesn't change its appearance and I appear again, the East Continent will be destroyed. Everyone, this is my last kindness. Otherwise, you will all be buried with my ancestor. You're on your own now. The words of the expert and the heart of the people suddenly made everyone feel confused. They were sure that this was the wild dog. Dang, dang, dang. The melodious sound of the bell rolled. Visible black ripples came from afar. The ripples finally turned into waves and rushed over. The people of the East Continent were still confused. They could not tell whether it was real or not. Ancestor descendants, please rest in peace. However, they did not have time to think. Chu Yang's voice came again. In the direction of the demonic bell, it was drowned in endless darkness. The demonic bell floated up like a black sun, and its whole body was burning with demonic fire. Chu Yang and Wang Bushong were already inside the demonic bell. Wild dog. No, Eastern Wilderness 002 controlled the demonic bell. At this moment, even the dean of the Star Combat Academy did not dare to belittle Chu Yang. This was because Chu Yang was very likely to be the descendant of the Supreme Demon Venerable. Otherwise, everything that happened could not be explained. However, they still had doubts. Suddenly, they saw Chu Yang take out a flag and throw it into the demonic bell's array. A demonic figure appeared in the demonic bell. They suddenly felt as if they were struck by lightning, and their minds went blank. Really? Wild Dog was actually the descendant of the supreme demon venerable. Endless darkness swept over from the direction of the demonic bell. The seven demonic realm rumbled as if it was about to collapse. No matter how doubtful the people of the East Continent were, they had no choice but to run for their lives. That wicked thing was definitely not a kind person. If they were a moment later, they would probably be buried with him. Let's go. The dean of the 6 great academies also hurriedly left. However, in an instant, they had already disappeared. This made the people of the East Continent panic even more, and they ran even faster. Chapter 1165. Outside the Seven Wheels demonic realm, the sky was very low and the clouds were very dark. The demonic chi was like clouds, drifting around like ghosts. From time to time, strange sounds or ghostly cries could be heard. The demonic chi was eerie. In the area where the demonic chi was the densest, a dazzling light flashed from time to time, like a star flashing in the night sky. Looking carefully at the light, it was a shiny, bald head. It was very eye-catching. No matter how dark the demonic chi was, it couldn't block out its light. It seemed to be a godlike bald head. Such a bald head. It must be the bald head of some enlightened monk, but there were no scars on it. Looking again, the owner of this bald head had a chubby and cute little face. At this moment, it was endlessly devouring the demonic chi. In its body, from the top of its head, there seemed to be 7 great suns in a line. There was also a parrot between its eyebrows. Its body was surrounded by dazzling 9-colored light. It was solemn and holy like a Buddhist monk. Whoosh whoosh. The black demonic chi whistled, and the demonic chi in the surroundings was completely devoured by the bald little monk. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, a pair of sneaky eyes appeared, rolled around, and looked around. Then he laughed strangely. Wah, this divine bird can even devour the demonic chi now. I finally look like a monster. But his pride only lasted for half a second. The bald little monk's face fell. Pooh, inferior. Happy my ass. What's there to be happy about? To think that I, the number 1 divine bird in the eastern wilderness, can only absorb this inferior demonic chi. How shameless. Such a strange laugh, so indecent, and the spirit of a parrot. If it wasn't the parrot, who else could it be? At this moment, the parrot thought that it was wicked. Devouring high-grade demonic chi was not a problem at all. In the 7 Wheels demonic realm, it was like a fish in water. If people blocked it, it killed them. If Buddha blocked it, it killed Buddha. It felt even more depressed. How sad. A bird is inferior to a man. The virtuous is inferior to the wicked. What kind of world is this? How can a bird live? It was only able to absorb the inferior devil chi because of wicked man. If it hadn't absorbed the sole origin of the supreme devil venerable from the 7 Wheels devil domain, it wouldn't have been able to do it. This divine bird is still lacking some soup. You wicked thing. You have to bring back the supreme demon venerable's heaven rush soul and spiritual intelligence soul before you die. At that time, this divine bird will be the one to slaughter in all directions, leading the rise of the eastern wilderness, making a name for myself, leaving my name in the annals of history for eternity. Waha! The parrot laughed strangely for a while, and then muttered, Wicked, I guess he won't even give soup. This divine bird's premonition is not very good. Very soon, it became a little anxious. With its hands clasped behind its back, it paced back and forth anxiously like an adult. In the end, it was annoyed and exploded. Bastard Chu Hang, how dare you not bring this divine bird along when you're doing something big? This divine bird is so amazing. Wherever I go, I'm like a savior. You actually treat this divine bird as a burden. Chu Hang, you are guilty. You deserve to die. Rumble. At this moment, there was a sudden tremor in the direction of the 7 Wheels demonic realm. The ground there was collapsing at a visible speed. Suddenly, a big black hole appeared there, swallowing all the devil chi. The sky turned blue in an instant. The clouds turned white, The wind was no longer black, and the parrot was stunned. It stared dumbfoundedly at the seven wheels demonic realm sinking into the ground quickly, as if it was watching 100,000 mountains disappear quickly. Not long after, the seven wheels demonic realm was gone. It's gone just like that. It's as if a world has completely disappeared. How magical! Chapter 1166. Many people crawled out from behind the six bastards. It was as if an ant's hole had been filled with water. Some of them were crying for their parents. They were crying, laughing, and rejoicing after their deaths. They were venting their emotions to their heart's content. The parrot learned all the expressions of life in an instant. After that, it saw that everyone, including the six tortoises, had turned into human-shaped stone sculptures. They stared blankly at the sinking seven wheels demon domain and didn't make a sound for a long time. After circling around, there was that cross again. That wicked guy is so generous. He even used the seven wheels demon domain to play with. After the parrot came back to its senses, it jumped 3 feet high. Just by looking at the scene just now, it was unknown how many people Wicked Virtue had killed this time. Soon, mournful music would be played in every household in the East Continent, and white banners would be hung up. Everything would be white. In the white world, the sound of crying was endless. It was a magnificent sight. How could this wicked guy not bring this divine bird along? Where should this divine bird be now? How sad is it that this divine bird's name is not on the list for such an important matter? A bird is inferior to a human. What a miserable world this is. While the parrot was excited, it was also very depressed. It should have been involved in all the major events. That way, the world would be wonderful. After an unknown amount of time, the six tortoises said something and finally left. They didn't leave a single fart behind. The people of the East Continent also left. They were still discussing with each other in 2s and 3s. If this Eastern Wilderness 002 appears again, the East Continent will be in a reign of terror. What's the situation? The wicked guy tricked others, but in the end, he tricked himself. The parrot perked up its ears to listen. Not necessarily. After such a thing, I'm afraid our East Continent will have a great change. Change? Are you kidding? Those of us who have seen the power of Eastern Wilderness 002 naturally know how terrifying it is. But what about those who haven't seen it? They will definitely be in awe of Eastern Wilderness 002. That's right. If I didn't experience the Seven Wheels Demon Domain personally, I wouldn't believe it. Eastern Wilderness 002 is simply too terrifying. It's true that it's unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Damn, this is unprecedented and will never be done again. Such a high evaluation. The parrot's eyes bulged, and its worldview was about to collapse. These people from the East Continent always called the people from the Eastern Wilderness a wild dog, and even chased after and killed them. How much did they despise the people from the Eastern Wilderness? But now, they were actually praising a wild dog and saying that it was the first of its kind. Could they be more reliable? This divine bird should be in a normal state, right? Did I hear wrongly? The parrot doubted its ears, doubted that it had just been hallucinating, and even doubted its life as a bird, doubted the whole world. It's not that it should be, it's that no one has ever done it before or since. Who can match up to Eastern Wilderness 002? That's right. The Star Child of the Star Academy is as weak as a dog in his hands. If Eastern Wilderness 002 wants to kill him, even the Academy Master of the Star Academy can't save him. Moreover, Eastern Wilderness 002 is only at the spirit realm. Now that I think about it, I'm almost scared out of my wits. Although he borrowed the power of the lightning tribulation, who could face it so easily? The Wanxiang child of the Wanxiang Academy, Li Shengsan, also died miserably. He grasped the creation divine ability and could transform into the vermilion bird, white tiger, azure dragon, and black tortoise. How shocking was that? But what happened in the end? Eastern Wilderness 002 didn't even have the chance to use his own abilities. He directly used the Star Academy's 7 Kneels to kill him. Just thinking about it makes me sigh. Eastern Wilderness 002 actually grasped the 7 Kneels in an instant. It's unimaginable. It's really unimaginable. The parrot wasn't shocked that the wicked person killed 2 little bastards and pressed them against the ground. It was shocked that the East Continent's view of the wicked person had changed. It was actually true. Chapter 1167. The world is so complicated. How can something like this happen? The parrot couldn't hold it in any longer. It walked toward the 2 people with a stunned expression and cupped its fists. Seniors, is what you just said true? I didn't hear wrong, did I? You actually said that a wild dog was unprecedented. That's too embarrassing for the East Continent. Wild dog. When the 2 heard this, they were startled and almost jumped up, as if they had done something extremely heinous and had been discovered. This made the parrot stare blankly again. These things before the barking of the wild dog was so smooth, but now, after hearing these 2 words, they actually turned into such a state. It was extremely depressed and said to itself, "You guys, can you be a little more normal? If this divine bird wasn't strong enough, I would have been turned into a fool by you guys just now. Lower your voice. You little baldy, shut up," the 2 people hurriedly said after they recovered from their fear. Especially when others looked over, they immediately distanced themselves from the parrot and tried to disassociate themselves. They cupped their fists and said to the crowd, "The one who humiliated the Eastern Wilderness was Little Baldy. It has nothing to do with us. I hope everyone can bear witness to this." The parrot was really dumbfounded this time. It was completely dumbfounded. What kind of virtue did he have to actually make the word wild dog become a taboo word? It was this little baldy who heard our discussion and came to question us in disbelief. That's why it was like this just now. That's right. We don't have the guts to be presumptuous here. The 2 children spared no effort in defending themselves. Please rest assured. How can people who have never experienced it know the horrors? I can bear witness to this. Someone immediately said, "However, I hope that the 2 of you will help me out when I am in need. Otherwise, Eastern Wilderness 001 or Eastern Wilderness 003 would appear. We would have died in vain." That's right. Everyone, we have to look out for each other. After all, there are too many people in the East Continent who despise the people of the Eastern Wilderness. It's inevitable that we will meet those who don't know what's good for them, like this little baldy. And if we're not careful, we might really be unlucky with them. We, the people from the 7-Wheeled Demon region, do indeed need to do this. Let's not talk about Eastern Wilderness 001 anymore. I even suspect that Eastern Wilderness 002 wasn't buried together with us. He doesn't need to be born at all. Perhaps he's among us right now. As soon as he said this, everyone around couldn't help but be shocked. Those who hadn't said anything before immediately joined in, trying their best to disassociate themselves from the word wild dog and describe themselves as friendly people in the Eastern Wilderness. When the parrots saw all this, it looked like a leaf in the autumn wind. It was being battered by the cold wind and was on the verge of falling to the ground. What was going on with these things in front of him? Did they really want to tear down his temple? Could it be that such an unreasonable thing actually happened? It was still in disbelief, and it said, "Seniors, do you really have to go this far? However, it's just a wild dog. Although it's a genius, it's not like there's no one else in the East Continent who can do it." Who would have thought that as soon as the parrot finished speaking, a storm would suddenly come, and it would almost be killed? Little bald head, shut up immediately. Whose idiot is this? Don't you know what trouble is coming out of your mouth? If you don't know how to spell the word death, don't drag us down with you. Son of a bitch, I almost said those 2 words just now. Little bald head, if you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll twist off your bald head. The parrot was speechless. What kind of infuriating and tragic thing did Chu Hang do to be able to educate these things in the East Continent so well that they were evolving from maggots to human form? Or rather, it's not that Chu Hang is magical, but that this divine bird's bald head is too shiny, and it's blinding their hearts. They're jealous, so they're using such a ridiculous excuse to attack this divine bird. The bald head is not guilty. The parrot shouted in its heart. Chapter 1168. Once the news of the seven-wheeled demon realm spread out, not only was the parrot in disbelief, but many people in the eastern continent were also shocked. Many people in the eastern wilderness in the eastern continent were also shocked. They were all a little stunned, as if they were in a dream, floating incomparably illusory and incomparably unreal. Along with such incredulity and disbelief, news of Chu Yang's experience in the 7 rounds demon territory spread like a whirlwind. However, in an incomparably short period of time, the news had already spread throughout the entire eastern continent and even to the neighboring continents. The 6 great academies were shocked. The myriad demon sect was shocked. The entire eastern continent was in an uproar. Previously, the rankings on the Divine Monument were already very shocking and had caused a great commotion, but compared to this, it was simply a small child in the presence of a great one. What happened in the seven-wheeled demon realm sounded like a story, a fantasy story, but it had really happened. Therefore, the discussions in the eastern continent were even more intense. Regardless of whether it was cultivators or ordinary people, they were all involved. For a time, the entire eastern continent was in an uncontrollable uproar. Have you heard? The Eastern Wilderness 002 is actually the descendant of the Supreme Demon Sovereign in the seven-wheeled demon realm. The Supreme Demon Sovereign I'm talking about is not the Demon Sovereign of the ancient demon sect. That Demon Sovereign is not qualified. What is the ancient Demon Sovereign in front of such a supreme figure? Can he be called the Supreme Demon Sovereign? Even if the Supreme Demon Sovereign is dead, his corpse can still destroy the ancient demon sect. You don't need to explain this. Such a supreme figure is actually from the Eastern Wilderness. I'm afraid something big is going to happen this time. It's not that something big is going to happen, but something big has already happened. I heard that Bei Qinxing of the Star Academy has already been killed, and Li Shangsan of the Myriad Elephant Academy has also been killed. Moreover, it is said that they died very miserably. The Supreme Demon Sovereign was the most shocking, most terrifying, and most feared. Therefore, the Supreme Demon Sovereign was from the Eastern Wilderness and was the most talked about. After that was Eastern Wilderness 002. Eastern Wilderness 002 isn't ranked first on the Divine Monument. Doesn't that mean that Eastern Wilderness 007 is even more shocking and terrifying? Although the rankings have great reference value, that Eastern Wilderness 002 might not have used all of its abilities. If it had used all of its abilities, it would definitely have suppressed Eastern Wilderness 007. I think so too. You guys don't know. Immediately, someone whispered, I heard that the Academy Masters of the 6 great academies were chased around by Eastern Wilderness 002 like puppies, fleeing for their lives. Brother, who doesn't know this? Another person said, among the heads of the 6 academies, the most miserable one is the Saint Master of the Sky Academy. Eastern Wilderness 002 not only chased him around, but also teased him like a puppy. He even took a corpse for him to gnaw on like a bone and even castrated him. The dignified Saint Master of the Sky Academy was reduced to such a state. It can be seen that Eastern Wilderness 002 is amazing. The person who spoke before was not convinced and said in a muffled voice, How can I not know this? I was just afraid that the Sky Academy would come to make trouble, so I didn't dare to say anything. If it's about Eastern Wilderness 002, everyone, I don't want to criticize you, but none of you here knows better than me. After that, he smiled proudly. When it happened, I have a relative who was in the seven-wheeled demon realm at that time. According to him, Eastern Wilderness 002 killed many people with the help of the Thunder Punishment. Humph, I thought you would know more details. How disappointing. Chapter 1169. Is there something to this poem? Could it be related to Eastern Wilderness 002? Everyone's interest was immediately piqued. This person deliberately whetted everyone's appetite. What do you think? Also, have you heard of such a story? He posed and began to tell. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, a temple on the mountain, and an old monk in the temple was telling a story. The story was once upon a time, there was a mountain, a temple on the mountain, and an old monk in the temple was telling a story. The endless cycle of the story began, and many versions were derived. What kind of bullshit story is this? Are you trying to tell us that this is the story that Eastern Wilderness 002 told to the 6th grade academies? If Eastern Wilderness 002 told such a story to the 6th grade academies, wouldn't he be treating the 6th grade academies as fools? The 6th grade academies knew that they were being fooled. So how could they listen to it? Seeing everyone's reaction, this person laughed and thought to himself, Eastern Wilderness 002 was probably even happier at that time. After that, he said, that's why, of all the people here, I'm the only one who knows what happened that day. I can tell you that Eastern Wilderness 002 told such a story back then. There's no adulteration or exaggeration at all. Also, let me remind you that this story is related to the poem Just Now, and even to the supreme demon Venerable. Was it really true? Everyone was extremely surprised, and their curiosity was completely aroused. They immediately urged him, hurry up and tell us, what are you talking about? This person was urged for a while, and after satisfying his vanity, he said, speaking of which, the supreme demon Venerable of the Eastern Wilderness is really a devoted lover. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to do anything. I would have listened to my wife tell this story for more than 10 years, and I wouldn't even listen to it for half an hour. Immediately, this person explained the reason one by one. Hearing this, everyone present was amazed. They were even more in awe of the so-called supreme demon Venerable, and they could not help but admire him in their hearts. Such a scene kept happening in the streets and alleys of the Eastern continent. Because of the rumors, many of them had completely deviated from the truth. In some versions of the story, the Supreme Demon Lord even came back to life and returned to the Eastern Wilderness with the woman he loved, living a loving life again. As for Eastern Wilderness 002, because of his deviation, he was even more godly. It was said that there wasn't much of a difference between him and the Supreme Demon Lord. Therefore, the Supreme Demon Venerable had asked him to deal with the matters of the East Continent. If anyone in the East Continent dared to discriminate against the Eastern Wilderness, he would just kill them. Along with this kind of spread, what happened in the Seven Wheels Demon area had an incomparably far-reaching and unimaginable impact on the entire East Continent. The people from the East Continent and the Eastern Wilderness had a drastic change in attitude, but the ones who had the most say and felt it the most were not the people from the East Continent, but the people from the Eastern Wilderness. In the most remote and desolate villages, the villagers deeply felt this. Now, whenever they met people from the East Continent, they found that people from the East Continent no longer dared to insult them. Some people were even polite to them for fear of angering them. Therefore, the people in the villages were completely shocked. Women, children, old, and young all knew about Eastern Wilderness 002. They knew that everything had changed because of this person. He had started a massacre in the Seven Wheels Demon area, showing the prestige of the people from the Eastern Wilderness and the dignity of the Eastern Wilderness. Do you think Eastern Wilderness 002 is the Chu Yang who came to our village before? I heard that Eastern Wilderness 002 also has a bird on his shoulder. It might really be him. It should be. Think about it. Before Chu Yang came to the East Continent from the Eastern Wilderness, what was the situation in the East Continent in the Eastern Wilderness? It was completely a pool of stagnant water. However, many big things happened as soon as he came. First, it was the Sky Court. For the first time, someone from our village successfully entered the Sky Court and gained a foothold in the Sky Court. We don't know how long the Seven Wheels Demon area has existed, but there hasn't been any movement. Why did such an earth-shattering thing happen in the Seven Wheels Demon area after Chu Yang came to the East Continent? If it wasn't him, I don't think anyone from the Eastern Wilderness has this ability. Chapter 1170. Many people in the village speculated that Eastern Wilderness 002 was Chu Yang. One reason was that Chu Yang was very powerful. Another reason was that Chu Yang and the parrot were a team of one man and one bird. Another reason was that Chu Yang was a member of the Eastern Wilderness. If the other members of the Eastern Wilderness were so powerful, they would have gone crazy long ago. Why wait until Chu Yang came to the East Continent? Of course, this was not impossible. It was just that the villagers were more inclined to believe the former. This was because Chu Yang had stayed in the village before. To the villagers, this was a great honor. Because of this, most people in the village believed that Eastern Wilderness 002 was Chu Yang. Not everyone was happy to hear about the situation at the abandoned village. At the very least, Uncle Hu had brought Chu Yang back to the barren village, frowned when he saw this. Although he also hoped that Eastern Wilderness 002 was Chu Yang, he could not bring himself to be happy. Uncle Hu forcibly interrupted the discussion and went to find Sixth Great Uncle. Before Uncle Hu could say anything, Sixth Great Uncle said, "Hu Zi, you came at the right time. I have something to ask of you." Uncle Hu realized that Sixth Great Uncle was very excited, but he was restraining himself. However, in his old eyes, there was a bright light that exposed his inner excitement. "Sixth Uncle, is Chu Yang Eastern Wilderness 002? Uncle Hu wanted to know for sure. "No." Sixth Great Uncle's expression changed. It was as if he had changed his expression. He suddenly became extremely serious, and his gaze became extremely sharp. He stared at Uncle Hu and said, "Uncle Hu, this is the reason I am looking for you." After a pause, Sixth Great Uncle asked seriously, "Eastern Wilderness 002, Hu Zi, tell me, what does he represent?" Because of Sixth Great Uncle, Uncle Hu also became very serious. He thought for a while, then said, "Sixth Uncle, he is the hope of the Eastern Wilderness." "Not hope." Sixth Great Uncle suddenly became very excited. His whole body was shaking. He looked at his old hands and said with great passion, "It's not just hope. He is the savior of all the desolates in the East Continent." Ever since the news of the Sky Court spread to the barren village, I've been vaguely certain of this. Now I no longer have any doubts. Sixth Great Uncle's face was already completely red. He wanted to shout out in excitement, but in the end, he restrained himself. What happened in the Seven Wheels demonic domain is the best proof. What the desolate man of the East Continent had failed to achieve, even after generations of hard work, is happening now, and in the near future, in the entire East Continent. I firmly believe that what our ancestors hoped for will come true. But there is a condition. Sixth Great Uncle's excitement suddenly disappeared, and worry appeared in his eyes. He said anxiously and worriedly, "The premise is that he is not killed before he grows up." "Hu Zi, do you understand what I'm trying to say?" How could Uncle Hu not understand? But he was also worried. "Sixth Great Uncle, if we force our way in, it's tantamount to telling the villagers that Eastern Wilderness 002 is Chu Yang. It's basically a confession without being pressed. We still have to do it. We have to do it." Sixth Great Uncle gritted his teeth and said with a fierce expression, "I will not allow the news of Eastern Wilderness 002 to leak out from our village. It will destroy the hope of our ancestors and the people of the Eastern Wilderness." Uncle Hu understood Sixth Great Uncle's feelings. How could he not think the same way? Then Sixth Great Uncle, what should I do? Sixth Great Uncle suddenly said coldly, "Tell the villagers that Chu Yang is Eastern Wilderness 002. Also tell them what Chu Yang means to us, and what will happen to us if Chu Yang dies. Also, from today onwards, only the people of the barren village who are absolutely trustworthy are allowed to contact the outside world. The rest are not allowed to leave our sight." Do we really have to go this far? Chapter 1171. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Sixth Great Uncle gritted his teeth and said the last three words one by one, causing Uncle Hu to tremble. "Sixth Uncle, shouldn't you reconsider?" "There's no need to reconsider," Sixth Uncle said directly. "Hu Zi, just do it. I believe that no one in the village will oppose you if you tell them the importance of Eastern Wilderness 002. They will only support you. After hearing this, Uncle Hu thought for a moment. All of his worries disappeared. Yes, everyone in the barren village yearned for the respect of the East Continent. Which one of them had not been humiliated before? How could they let their hopes be dashed by their own hands? He couldn't help but look at his empty, armless sleeve. Wasn't he the one? At this moment, countless memories involuntarily gushed out from Uncle Hu's mind. Scene after scene appeared in his mind. Until this moment, every scene was so vivid, so clear. It was as if everything had just happened yesterday. The deeper the humiliation, the more unforgettable it was, and the clearer the memories. He was once young. He once tried to rise above others, to make a name for himself, to climb to the top. He wanted to change the discrimination of the people of the Eastern Wilderness. He wanted to clear the name of the Eastern Wilderness. He wanted to bring honor to the people of the Eastern Wilderness. However, reality was cruel. In his memories, there were only setbacks, frustrations, unwillingness, shame, endless humiliation, and countless injuries. Just like this arm of his that was chopped off. He had done nothing wrong. But the people of the East Continent chopped off his arm and fed it to the dogs just because he was from the Eastern Wilderness. He could never forget that scene. The hatred had never disappeared. It was hidden in the deepest part of his heart. He seemed to have forgotten about it. But every time he noticed it, he would discover that such hatred had become more and more intense, constantly burning his heart. If Chu Yang really succeeds, maybe one day I can avenge my lost arm. Uncle Hu's heart leaped with hope. But he quickly realized that he was overthinking it. He shook his head. What was impossible about that? He immediately thought of that youth, the youth who had stayed in the Nirvana pond for dozens of days. Not much time had passed since then, but the young man had already created 2 miracles in succession. He was even changing the views of the people in the East Continent and the Eastern Wilderness. It seems that I have to make up for the martial arts cultivation that I fell behind in the past. When he thought about his 6th great-uncle's order, he couldn't help but laugh. How could he possibly reveal the identity of Eastern Wilderness 002? Not even if he had to die. Perhaps the news would leak out from someone else, but that person would definitely not be him. He was not the only one who had been humiliated by the East Continent. His punishment was considered light. Those who had been humiliated even more by the East Continent would probably be harsher than him when they carried out their orders. Uzi, do you understand? 6th great-uncle said faintly, let's not talk about the people of the Eastern Wilderness. Our barren village alone has too much hatred and resentment. 6th uncle, I understand. It's good that you understand. 6th great-uncle reminded him again. Remember, this must be done quickly. Don't worry, 6th uncle. Uncle Hu promised. If the news of Eastern Wilderness 002 leaks out from the barren village, you don't have to come to me. I'll come to you myself. After Uncle Hu strode out of 6th great-uncle's yard, he couldn't help but look toward the Sky Institute. Chuyang, I'm sorry. Not only did I let you fight alone, but I also erased all information about you. The barren village is the only thing I can do, but I hope you can do it. Chapter 1172. The explosive news of the Seven Wheels Demon Realm first impacted Seven Wheels City. In Seven Wheels City, the Leaf family was the one that was impacted the most. Seven Wheels City existed because of the Seven Wheels Demon Realm. It was also a place of exile. The people gathered in the city were either evil or evil people. There were very few good people. Naturally, this city was not very big. It was too dangerous to take advantage of the Seven Wheels Demon Realm. To be exact, Seven Wheels City was not a city. It was a town, Seven Wheels Town. The people of the Eastern Wilderness were not humans in the eyes of the people of the East Continent. Using the lives of the people of the Eastern Wilderness to investigate the Seven Wheels Demon Realm was very worthwhile. Therefore, many people of the Eastern Wilderness were captured and sold to Seven Wheels City. Bei Qinxing wanted to capture people of the Eastern Wilderness to threaten Chu Yang. Naturally, he had to be nearby. Wang Xinghuang and his wife's ancestors were sold here. However, Wang Xinghuang was very lucky. He met a good master, so he could get married and have children. However, the master would not offend the Seven Wheel City's Leaf family for him. The Seven Wheel City's Leaf family was one of the most powerful families. After the news of the Seven Wheels Demon Realm reached Seven Wheel City, there was a lot of discussion. However, there was one exception, the Leaf family. In the past, the Leaf family's gate was as crowded as a market. It was very lively and full of laughter. However, today it was deserted and even gloomy. Leaf family's main hall. At this moment, the important members of the Leaf family were all present. No one was missing. A young man of about 27 or 28 years old knelt in the middle of the main hall. He was only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul realm. He was thin and his eyes were sunken. His face was handsome, but there was little color. This was the second son of the Leaf family's master, Li. An old man with hawk-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes sat on the main seat. He was imposing without being angry. Even though he was in his 50s or 60s, he still had an extremely fierce aura. This was the second master of the Leaf family. Li Long sat there boldly. There was a faint smell of flames coming out from his body. Any cultivator could tell that he had already taken half a step into Nirvana realm with just a glance. At this moment, what appeared on his body was the embryonic form of a Nirvana flame that was unique to the Nirvana stage. Other than that, there was also Nirvana force circulating in the air. In Seven Wheel City, a half-step Nirvana stage was absolutely considered a peak existence. The atmosphere in the Leaf family's main hall was oppressive and solemn. There was a faint smell of impending doom. Leer, where's that little sister Chow now? Li Long's words didn't seem to be words, but rather swords, sabers, and spears. When they entered Li Li's ears, Li Li's entire body trembled. Father, that bitch has gone crazy. I've locked her up in a dog cage. A dog cage? As soon as these two words were spoken, the Li family's main hall was like a person who was shocked to death, as if they had heard some terrible news, suddenly becoming extremely gloomy. Kaka! Li felt all of this. His teeth chattered as he made sound. It was clear how terrified he was. Father, I'm just humiliating a bitch like you. Is there a need for this? He knew what had happened, but he had to defend himself. Bitch! When the important members of the Li family heard this, their faces instantly turned ugly. One of them immediately said, Master, it seems that our Li family is doomed this time. If little sister Chow has gone crazy, then according to what Eastern Wilderness 002 said, our Li family will probably be exterminated. This time, our Li family might really walk through the gates of hell. Chapter 1173. A manager trembled as he stood up. Second master, it's me. But he wanted to say something else, but he shut his mouth. Bastard. The enraged person just now was the Li clan's second master. At this time, he suddenly moved and appeared in front of the manager with a swoosh, wanting to twist the manager's head off. With a plop, the manager knelt down. Second master, who knew that this wild dog would suddenly become so powerful, the Stardow Academy had to curry favor with him. Bang! The Li clan's second master suppressed his killing intent and kicked the manager until he fainted. He never would have thought that if he had to blame someone, he could only blame his Li clan's bad luck for this calamity. No matter what, I don't care what method I use, you must cure Sister Chow. Li Long spoke. Before tomorrow, she can't be a lunatic. Big brother, it's just a wild dog. Don't tell me we don't have a way to deal with it. The Li clan's second master was unwilling. Let's think of the worst-case scenario. Within Li Long's sharp old eyes, an incomparably intimidating light suddenly burst forth, as if a demon had been awakened. If the time comes, I would like to see what kind of ability that wild dog has to destroy my Li family. The Li clan was able to establish themselves in Seven Wheel City among a group of vicious people. At the very least, they had to be more vicious and vicious than others. Clearly, the Li clan was able to achieve this. What if he wants Li Er's life? Hearing this, Li Long's eyes narrowed. After thinking for a while, he coldly said, My Li clan's disciples are only toying with a female dog. Their crime doesn't warrant death. If the wild dog dares to cross the line, then we won't rest until we're dead." After a pause, his eyes shone with a greedy light. "If we can defeat the wild dog, our reputation will soar. Even the 6 great academies will view our Li clan in a new light. Therefore, this is a crisis for the Li clan, but it's also a great crisis. Master, Sky Sword Academy's young master Feng Polong has already barged in." At this moment, a servant of the Li clan came to report in a panic. "What?" Everyone from the Li family was shocked, but in a flash, Li Long opened his mouth and said, "Quickly go greet young Master Feng." "No need." A clear and cold voice sounded from the outside. Just as the voice entered their ears, the eyes of the Li family members suddenly saw a figure that was as handsome as jade. His body was as straight as a divine sword that pierced the heavens. His body was like a sword, and his gaze was even more so. What terrifying speed! Li Long was shocked. Just as he heard the sound, the person had already arrived. After he sensed a strong sense of danger from Feng Polong, he immediately became humble. This old man never thought that young Master Feng would grace us with his presence. "Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Please redeem me." Feng Polong couldn't be bothered to listen to him. He cut him off like a sword. "You're the head of the Li family. I'm here because I promised Eastern Wilderness 002. Now, let me officially convey the words of Eastern Wilderness 002. After a pause, he continued, "If a single hair on that woman's head is touched, your entire Li clan will be annihilated." Annihilated. 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 Everyone from the Li clan was shocked. Li Long's eyes narrowed. He cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Feng, it's just a wild dog. Is he that capable?" "Wild dog." Feng Polong suddenly laughed coldly. "I don't even dare to say those 2 words now. You guys really don't know what you're talking about. Show." Chapter 1174. Hiss. At this moment, everyone in the hall sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw a clear line of blood on the right side of Li Long's neck. If Feng Polong had wanted to kill, Li Long would have been a dead man by now. However, Feng Polong was only at the 6th level of the soul amalgamation realm, but he was already so terrifying. Li Long touched his neck and looked at the blood on his hand. His pupils shrank, and he felt fear in his heart. Although he was at the half-step nirvana realm, his foundation was not as solid as the disciples of the 6 great academies. In front of a genius like Feng Polong, he was even more lacking. However, even a genius like Feng Polong did not dare to say the words wild dog. In an instant, Li Long's opinion of the wild dog changed. The ruthlessness on his face disappeared and was replaced by worry. He was ruthless, evil, and vicious, but in front of absolute strength, it was useless. Even if he risked his life, it would be futile. The first order is to make sure that Qiao Xiaomei is clean and clean. She must not look miserable. If possible, make sure that she does not go crazy. The second order is to kill Li Er. Although you were not wrong this time, there is no other way. You can only die. Kaka. Li Long's teeth were still chattering, but he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Father, I understand. You once told me that if I can't become a powerhouse, then I should enjoy my current life and die like a dog one day. This is a world with a strong praise on the weak." Then he slowly stabilized his body and said, "Although I don't want to die and haven't enjoyed enough, I know what to do. However, Father, if there's a chance, I hope that you can kill 100 wild dog and bury them with me." Good. Li Long said, "As expected of my son. Although he is trash, he is not stupid. However, your request is too low. How can 100 wild dog be worth your life?" "Big brother." Suddenly, the second master of the Li family said, "Don't you have a son? Let him pay with his life." Li Long's eyes suddenly narrowed. He did have a despicable son who was born to him after he amused himself with a female dog in the eastern wilderness. He didn't like him very much. He had always hoped that this lowly son of his would die, but this lowly son of his had stubbornly survived. "I'm afraid I won't be able to fool Wild Dog. Even if I change my appearance, I'm afraid it won't work." "Big brother, there's no need to change your appearance." The second master of the Li family sneered. "Wild Dog doesn't recognize Li Er, so he definitely won't be so meticulous. If we bow and scrape, I'm afraid he'll just kill us and leave. If he doesn't want to let us go, then even killing Li is useless. We can only fight him to the death. Second Master, what you said makes sense. Among the main members of the Li family, someone agreed with this idea. Wild Dog and Wang Xinghuang don't have much of a relationship. They only interacted because of the Star Child of the Great Star Academy. Moreover, it's not Eastern Wilderness 002 who came personally, so it should be easy for us to trick him. That's right. It's not Eastern Wilderness 002 who came, but other Wild Dog. They came to do things for Eastern Wilderness 002, so they probably wouldn't think so much. Moreover, they wouldn't expect us to be so bold as to trick them. Li Long's eyes flickered. He had this intention from the beginning. So what if they bullied Wild Dog? Why not? Wild Dog probably didn't realize that he was being tricked as a fool. He might even be proud of himself. But how would he know that he had killed half a Wild Dog? That's right, Li Long admitted in his heart. He really did treat Wild Dog as a fool. As long as he succeeded, it would be easy to deal with the aftermath. He could seal the news and have his son change his appearance. Who would know? He quickly came to a decision. Li, go hide immediately. Don't let too many people know. Also, call that lowly son of mine here. If he doesn't agree, I'll kill that lowly bitch. Li quickly left secretly. Just as Li Long and the others were discussing how to deal with Wild Dog, a voice floated in from outside the door. I'm Eastern Wilderness 008. This person was very handsome. He held a folding fan in his hand and had a frivolous expression on his face. He appeared like a ghost, scaring the members of the Li family. Ha! They saw this person flippantly open his folding fan and gently wave it. Then he smiled wickedly. Since you know that I'm Eastern Wilderness 008, you should know why I'm here. Do you choose to be more active or more passive? Many young masters knew how to smile wickedly, but this Eastern Wilderness 008's smile and his playfulness seemed to be a bit special. It was hard to describe what it was for a moment. At first, Li Long couldn't describe it, but he quickly understood. Killing intent. Eastern Wilderness 001, Eastern Wilderness 002, and so on were all the same person. There definitely weren't many people who would call themselves Eastern Wilderness 008. There was one person who was very likely to be this person, because this Eastern Wilderness 008 was all stirred up by him. Chapter 1175. Who else could it be if it wasn't Chu Yang? If one searched the entire East Continent, they wouldn't be able to find the so-called Eastern Wilderness 008, except for Chu Yang. The seven-wheeled demon domain had sunk and allowed the supreme demon ancestor to rest in peace. However, how could Chu Yang be buried together with him? Of course, he had a way to come out. The key to everything was the demonic bell. The demonic bell's chaotic consciousness had completely recognized Chu Yang and recognized him as its master. The reason for this was naturally because of the seven soul origins of the two supreme demon ancestors. Therefore, Chu Yang could use the demonic bell to teleport him out. However, the demonic bell wasn't something that he could control right now. Moreover, it was still in the process of self-recovery, so he couldn't bring it out. This time, Chu Yang's harvest was extremely great. Furthermore, his improvement was extremely fast. In less than a month, he had reached the 8th level of the spirit stage. If he wanted to, he could break through to the 9th level of the spirit stage, or even the soul fusion realm at any time. However, he wasn't impatient and wanted to polish himself. Chu Yang had also grasped two divine abilities, the divine and demon twins, and the creation divine ability. These two divine abilities were extremely powerful, especially the divine and demon twins. The divine and demon doppelganger's realm was even higher than his original body. However, it was a pity that the divine and demon doppelganger was born because of him. Although its realm was higher than his, its physical strength was on par with his original body. Otherwise, with just the divine and demon doppelganger, he could easily defeat a law phase realm expert. With every increase in the spirit stage, Chu Yang's physical strength would increase by 1,000 dragon's power. Currently, he was at the 8th level of the spirit stage and possessed 8,200 dragon's power. With the 9 transformations, he possessed 90,000 dragon's power. With such strength, killing an ordinary 9th level soul fusion realm expert would be as easy as raising his hand. Due to the birth of the 7th soul world, his current domain was even more powerful and firm than the original overlay array. If his deduction wasn't wrong, even a law phase realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy his current domain. As for the limits of his current combat strength, Chu Yang wasn't sure either. He had to go through a fierce battle with a strong opponent before he could clearly confirm it. Chu Yang did not stay for long after the Supreme Demon Exalt was buried. He only briefly comprehended his body, not even having the time to check the space rings of Bei Qinxing and Li Shangsan. Both of their spatial rings were extremely astonishing. It was almost like an extremely small plane. There was absolutely no problem for them to store living things inside. Furthermore, not only were there all kinds of treasures, cultivation methods, and rare treasures that the two of them had collected, there were also quite a few spirit veins. The spirit stones from the Eastern Wilderness were not even considered stones in the East Continent. Only spirit stones in the East Continent were spirit stones. However, people at the level of Bei Qinxing and Li Shangsan did not care about spirit stones at all. They were only interested in spirit veins. Chu Yang gave Bei Qinxing's spatial spirit ring to Wang Bushong. This was a cultivation resource for Wang Bushong when he was not around. Naturally, he couldn't bring Wang Bushong along, but he had already made arrangements. Chu Yang stored Wang Bushong into the spatial ring. After he was teleported out, he met up with the parrot outside the Seven-Will Demon City. The parrot rushed to the desolate village at its fastest speed. Chu Yang used the demonic god walk art to change his appearance and appeared in the Seven-Will City's Leaf family. As soon as he appeared, everyone in the Leaf family noticed that he was only at the 8th level of the spirit realm. Their eyes flickered, and they had the urge to immediately kill him. Li Long was also the same. You're only at the 8th level of the spirit realm, yet you dare to come to the Leaf family and say that you'll kill everyone in the Leaf family. Chapter 1176. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. A mere spirit stage 8th level is most likely here to test our Leaf family. He probably has a backup plan. As Li Long's thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately took the lead and knelt down towards Chu Yang. I am Li Long. Greetings to Eastern Wilderness 008. Greetings to Eastern Wilderness 008. Everyone in the Leaf family followed Li Long's lead and knelt down as they shouted in unison. Pa! Chu Yang closed his fan and nodded with a smile. Your Leaf family's current attitude is pretty good. I hope that you can continue to work hard. At least for now, Chu Yang was satisfied with the Leaf family's reaction. Leaf family, you bastards. You know how to be afraid after seeing my Uncle Chu. Within the interspatial ring, Wang Bushong's eyes were about to split open. If it wasn't for the Leaf family, his family wouldn't have been separated, and he and his father wouldn't have been sent to the Seven-Will Demon realm. Eastern Wilderness 008, please rest assured. My Leaf family will definitely turn over a new leaf. Please, Eastern Wilderness 008, give the Leaf family a chance to turn over a new leaf. Li Long's heart was filled with viciousness and viciousness. His words and actions were extremely humble. I only look at your actions, not your words, Chu Yang sneered. Let me ask you, where's Chao Xiaomei right now? Bring her out to see me. Yes. Eastern Wilderness 008, please wait a moment. But just as Li Long finished speaking, Chu Yang's expression suddenly changed. His divine senses were very sharp. Swish! Chu Yang's figure moved, and he immediately flew towards the northern courtyard of the Li clan, causing the gazes of the Li clan's people to become extremely fierce. The direction that Chu Yang was flying towards was actually the courtyard where Li Li was staying, and also where Chao Xiaomei was being held captive. Later, Eastern Wilderness 008 would probably be enraged, and their Li family would have to bear the brunt of his anger. Li Long and the Li family's second master signaled with their eyes. If it wasn't possible, then they would immediately take action. The second master of the Leaf family nodded. Then, everyone followed Li Long and flew away. After a short flight, Chu Yang stopped and stood in front of a dog cage. The dog cage was less than half a meter tall, and there was a woman in it. Her hair was disheveled, and her body was dirty. She even emitted a foul smell. The woman was curled up in the cage, and she could barely move. He couldn't see the woman's face clearly because it was too dirty and dark. Her eyes were chaotic and crazy. Sometimes she was crying, and sometimes she was shouting something. Her words were chaotic and indistinct. Her syllables were no longer the syllables of a human, but those of a beast. Chu Yang could faintly make out many intermittent words. Come and save me. Xing Huang. Little treasure. My baby shell. In addition to these, Chu Yang also vaguely heard the anger and extreme fear in her voice. When a woman in the dog cage suddenly noticed Chu Yang, she shrank back into the dog cage. The dog cage was really too small, and there was no space for her to escape or hide. But she was forced to shrink into a corner, leaving a lot of space. Then she suddenly became extremely fierce, like a mad dog, a wild beast, and bared her teeth at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of humiliation and terror did she have to go through to become like this? There was no doubt that the woman in the dog cage was Wang Bushang's mother, Chao Xiaomei. Mother. In the space ring, Wang Bushang had already let out a heart-wrenching scream, which was transmitted to Chu Yang's heart. Suddenly, he felt an intense stab of pain. Li Long and the others all arrived, and they all knelt down in unison. Eastern Wilderness 008, please forgive us. We didn't know the name of the Eastern Wilderness before, so we let our unfilial son commit such a sin. The Leaf family is guilty. Li Long was straightforward and admitted it. But what could he do even if he didn't admit it? Maybe he could get some forgiveness by begging for mercy. Chu Yang didn't know how to write the words forgive or forgive now, but he didn't reveal his killing intent. Chapter 1177. There was no trace of anger in his smiling face, nor was there any warmth in his tone. Li Long's pupils suddenly shook. Li Long clearly realized that this was not an ordinary anger. This was the wrath of the heavens that could burn a vast ocean of water. Extreme anger. Damn wild dog. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me, Li Long? If I see through your trump card, the next mad dog to be locked in the dog cage will be you, and my Li family will use this opportunity to become famous. Although Li Long thought so in his heart, his face showed incomparable fear. He did not dare to beg for mercy, but he roared, "What are you waiting for? Bring that evil beast here." Chu Yang spoke again, "Bring me a stool while you're at it." These words made the Li family members secretly angry. Wild dog, do you really think you're invincible? How dare you act like a tyrant in my Li family and do whatever you want? Chu Yang did not care what they thought. What he was considering now was whether to turn them into mad dogs or dead people. At the same time, he had already released Chao Xiaomei from the dog cage. Gurgle. When Chao Xiaomei found that the dog cage was opened, she immediately roared like a wild beast to threaten Chu Yang. However, she did not dare to come out of the dog cage at all. There was fear in her eyes, as if her time of suffering had come to an end. Bastard, what kind of beast can destroy a woman like this? Chu Yang jumped. A burst of evil fire in his heart rushed straight to his head. Good girl, don't be afraid. I'm the one who's here to save you. He tried his best to be gentle, then reached out his hand to Chao Xiaomei's head. In an instant, Chao Xiaomei was like a mad dog, baring her teeth and biting madly. However, Chu Yang's hand emitted a soft light. This light was like a ball of cotton wool, incomparably soft, but also incomparably tough. Chao Xiaomei bit fiercely, as if she was biting a real thing. Uncle Chu, you have to save my mother. Wang Bushang looked at his usually gentle and virtuous mother, who was now like a mad dog, like a wild beast. His heart was filled with grief, and two streams of tears flowed down his face endlessly, like two small rivers. Be good, don't cry. All the sufferings will pass. Uncle should be able to cure your mother. After that, Chu Yang placed his hand on Chao Xiaomei's forehead. Immediately, a great amount of light energy erupted and poured into Chao Xiaomei's spiritual world. As soon as he entered Chao Xiaomei's spiritual world, he felt endless despair and endless terror. There was not a single trace of light in her spiritual world, only endless darkness, endless darkness. His spiritual power entered it, and it was like a huge sun in the universe, emitting endless light. Not long after, he saw a pair of eyes in the depths of Chao Xiaomei's consciousness. They were incomparably scarlet, and the light within them was extremely chaotic. Sigh. Chu Yang let out a long sigh, which resounded in Chao Xiaomei's spiritual world. Perhaps I can adjust your soul back, but you can only rely on yourself to endure the sufferings you've experienced before. Chu Yang had the reincarnation gourd, and he was proficient in 3 secret techniques: soul slaying, soul devouring, and soul detention. He was also good at the soul snatching technique, which allowed him to easily control the souls of others. Moreover, he often analyzed the souls of his enemies and seized the secret techniques in their memories. It could be said that few people could match his attainments in the field of souls. However, he did not have absolute confidence in completely adjusting Chao Xiaomei's chaotic soul and restoring her to normal. The soul was too mysterious, and no one could fully understand it. Otherwise, Chu Yang would not have been able to break through to the soul amalgamation realm at will, but a higher realm. As for the repair of the soul, it was even more difficult. Chu Yang was good at destruction, but it was much easier to destroy the soul than to repair it. For example, it was easy to break a piece of porcelain, but it was extremely difficult to put it back together. Chapter 1178. Time passed silently. Li Long and the rest of the Li family knelt on the ground. The so-called unfilial son had already been brought over. The unfilial son was dressed in luxurious clothes, but his body was thin and weak. He seemed to be malnourished. At this moment, his eyes were looking at Chu Yang. His eyes flickered, and there was a faint hope in his despair. His gaze would occasionally fall on the woman who was covered in filth and was emitting a foul smell. He thought to himself, "You've been saved, but what about me? What about my mother?" The so-called unfilial son was naturally not Li, who was kneeling in the Li family's main hall. Instead, it was Li Long's other son, Li Yi, who was half Eastern Wilderness. Li Yi originally did not have a name. Everyone in the Li family called him Lowly Bastard. Later on, his name became Li Yi. His mother called him Yi, but when the Li family was present, they had no choice but to call him Bastard. At this moment, Chu Yang had already lowered his eyes. This action caused Li Long and the others to become restless. They all felt that this was an extremely good opportunity, but none of them made a move. This was because they did not need to make a sneak attack. Chu Yang was only at the 8th level of the spirit stage. Moreover, he was only at the 8th level of the spirit stage. If Li Long wanted to kill such a wild dog, why would he need to make a sneak attack? What the Li family was uncertain about was Chu Yang's backing. The wild dog, and he, dared to act so presumptuously with such a weak cultivation? They were afraid that there was another wild dog hiding in the dark. Therefore, they were desperately searching and searching. However, even after searching a few times, they still found nothing. Perhaps there was no one. However, Li Long was cautious and continued to search. He was still trying his best to restrain himself. The reason why he was able to gain a foothold in the Seven-Wheel City was because of his ruthlessness and viciousness. However, the most important reason was his cautiousness. There were many people who were ruthless, viciousness, and viciousness. However, there were very few people who were able to think thoroughly, calculate, and make a move after making sure that they were confident. Li Long was one of these people in the Seven-Wheel City. At the very least, he realized that his decision was absolutely correct. When Chu Yang's hand landed on Chao Xiaomei's forehead, he clearly noticed that Chao Xiaomei's gaze had softened. She was no longer like a mad dog. Then, it became even more shocking. The fear and confusion in Chao Xiaomei's eyes quickly disappeared. She seemed to have obtained great relief, great freedom, and great bliss, and her expression became more serene. After a while, Li Long noticed that Chao Xiaomei's eyes had become clear again. There was a mixture of gratitude, fear, shame, and many other complicated emotions in her eyes. Not good. Li Long's heart skipped a beat. If Chao Xiaomei woke up and he replaced his other son Li Li with his own despicable son, his plan would be exposed. He was about to kill Chu Yang. But then, he suddenly thought of Chu Yang's amazing means. He had managed to tidy up Chao Xiaomei's divine soul. It was very amazing. So, he couldn't help but hesitate for a while. At this moment, Li Long was extremely afraid of the so-called Eastern Wilderness 008 in front of him. Li Long knew that he didn't have the ability to tidy up another person's spirit and turn a madman back to normal. Therefore, this made him even more certain that the wild dog in front of him was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. However, if his plan was exposed, it would be irreversible. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and decide to go all out. Chapter 1179. Go to sleep, have a good sleep, and the nightmare will pass. Chu Yang's voice seemed to have a magical power. Chao Xiaomei suddenly became extremely tired. As soon as her eyelids drooped, she fell into a deep sleep. He hugged Chao Xiaomei and said, "Come, take her away and wash her carefully." After a pause, he looked at Li Long and said, "You should understand what I mean, right? Eastern Wilderness 008. Our Li family will definitely atone for our sins and take good care of her." Li Long saw that Chao Xiaomei had fallen asleep and was overjoyed in his heart. Then, he said respectfully. Chu Yang ignored him and suddenly smiled again. He looked at Li Yi, who was kneeling on the side. His smile immediately made Li Yi shiver. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Although Chao Xiaomei's matter had nothing to do with him, Li Yi felt incomparable fear at this moment. That kind of smile was perhaps the most terrifying smile he had ever seen in his life. He almost wanted to shout out loud and say that he was not Li Li, but when his mother's face appeared in his mind, everything came to an abrupt stop. His fear came to an abrupt end. At this time, Li Long and the other members of the Li family all sneered in their hearts. Even if Eastern Wilderness 008, this wild dog is extraordinary, so what? He will still be completely played by us and become a butcher knife in our hands, killing people for us. Wild dog, you killed the lowly bastard, and our Li family will be clean. Even if the Li family members restrained themselves, many of them still showed a sneer on their faces. However, they were kneeling on the ground with their faces facing down, and all of this was well hidden. The eyes are the window to the soul. Chu Yang initially saw endless fear in Li Ye's eyes, but in the end, he found that the other party's fear disappeared and was replaced by despair, anger, and unwillingness. Is he angry because the Li family captured him and sent him to die? Is he desperate because he knows that he will die when facing me? But what about his unwillingness? Who cares what he thinks? I'll either drive him crazy or kill him. Chu Yang was still hesitating whether to drive this thing crazy or kill it, so he was not in a hurry to make a move. As if he was interrogating a criminal, he laughed strangely and asked, "Name?" "Li Li." After saying these two words, Li Li's heart sank. If Eastern Wilderness 008 killed him, he couldn't blame Eastern Wilderness 008. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the Li family and the trash of the Li family. Age. Chu Yang had already entered the trial process, but he suddenly heard Wang Bushang's angry shout from within the spatial ring. "Uncle Chu, isn't this the bastard who stole my mother?" In fact, Wang Bushang had long realized that Li Yi was not Li Li. Even if his enemy was reduced to ashes, he could still recognize him. It hadn't made a sound just now because of the parrot's previous education. "Little Wang, you're really embarrassing your Uncle Chu Kong by crying like this, and you're embarrassing your Uncle Divine Bird even more. Your Uncle Chu Hang and your Uncle Divine Bird dug holes for everyone in the world. Why did they meet a scammer like you who only knows how to cry and not scam people? Uncle Chu is very good at scamming people. Wang Bushong worshipped Chu Yang very much. After hearing the parrot's words, he suddenly stopped crying. TSK, the parrot said disdainfully. Your Uncle Chu is not only good at scamming people, he's simply a scammer with no morals. Uncle Chu is not a scammer. Uncle Parrot, you're talking nonsense. Wang Bushong's anger made the parrot feel very embarrassed. It immediately flapped its wings and lectured Wang Bushong. Scammer is the level of scammer. Understand? Your Uncle Divine Bird is praising your Uncle Chu. Chapter 1180. Really, Wang Bushong's naivety and innocence made the parrot choke. But it thought that would be wonderful if it could cheat Chu Yang. So it went against its conscience and harmed a young soul, giving wrong guidance and an extremely positive answer. So Wang Bushong kept this matter in mind. So when he saw someone pretending to be his enemy, he didn't say anything at first. He thought to himself, if I can dig a hole for Uncle Chu, Uncle Parrot said that Uncle Chu will be very happy. So Wang Bushong immediately thought of starting from here. But he suddenly thought that if he pretended to be his enemy, it was very likely that he was an enemy of the Leaf family. According to Uncle Parrot, the enemy of an enemy was his friend. Of course, he couldn't harm his friend. After all, this was a human life. So he only spoke at this time. As soon as he spoke, Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Then he realized that he had been fooled. Then he almost broke out in a cold sweat. He was just about to kill this evil creature. Didn't he kill the wrong person? He was furious. Damn it. Even at this time, you still want to tease your Grandpa Chu. I'm very sure that I'll kill half of you, drive the other half crazy, and lock them all in the dog cage. If Chu Yang knew that the parrot was educated by Wang Bushong, he would definitely pluck all its feathers and hang it in the birdcage. 20. Li Yi shouted again, even more desperate. And at this time, he found that Eastern Wilderness 008 suddenly laughed sinisterly. Then he heard Eastern Wilderness 008 say to his bastard father, "Come here." Li Long got up. He didn't know what was going on, so he could only go over. Chu Yang said again, "Come closer." Li Long was stunned again. He didn't understand Chu Yang's meaning at all, but he endured it and continued to go over. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his face. He clearly felt that his facial bones were broken. Slap. Chu Yang furiously slapped Li Long's face. As the broken bones flew out of Li Long's face, Chu Yang's angry roar resounded in his ears. Old bastard, what kind of beast did you teach? He actually tortured someone into a madman. Li Long was originally extremely humiliated and was about to attack in a fit of rage. But when he heard this, he forcefully restrained himself. It was the father's fault for not teaching the child well, so it was normal for him to be angry. Good. Finally, someone has smashed this old bastard's face. Li looked at Li Long's face, which was badly mutilated. Blood was gushing out from the holes on his face, and he felt extremely satisfied. It was as if he had personally killed his father's enemy. You are right, young master. It is indeed my fault for giving birth to such an evil creature. Li Long's humiliation and compromise made Li Yi feel even more contented. Ha! Chu Yang raised his hand and smashed the other side of Li Long's face. You still have the guts to say that. At this moment, Li Long gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, almost unable to restrain the rage in his heart. However, he was so furious that he almost lost his mind at this moment. Suddenly, he saw Chu Yang move like a bolt of lightning. Then he felt a burst of incomparably intense pain, and his body suddenly stiffened. Gurgle, gurgle. Li Long's throat made a strange sound, and blood gushed out his mouth. When he lowered his head, he saw that Chu Yang's spirit energy had transformed into a sword, and it had already pierced through his heart. He looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. You, Chu Yang sneered. You're very surprised, right? At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone in the Leaf family looked at this scene with incomparable astonishment. Chu Yang was madly slapping Li Long, their family head, to vent his anger. Although they were angry and humiliated, everything was going according to their plan. However, none of them expected that Chu Yang would suddenly kill them. They were caught off guard, and they never expected that. Chu Yang sneered. "Old dog, continue to be surprised then. Since you want to play dirty, I will play you to death." He pulled out his sword and sent Li Long flying with a kick. In the end, he did not give an explanation, leaving Li Long with a grievance. Ah. Chapter 1181. Chu Yang slightly activated his devil martial spirit. That strange power was like a servant meeting its master, immediately submitting and silently retreating. At the same time, he saw that Li, who was originally kneeling on the ground, had already arrived in front of Li Long. Two tentacles emerged from his palms and pierced into Li Long's body with a swoosh, crazily sucking. Li Long's body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he had become a dried corpse. Dong, dong, dong. Behind Li, there was a blood-red color. Dense spiritual chi condensed into a blood cloud. A strange monster suddenly appeared. Its entire body was blood-red, as if it had just been fished out of a pool of blood. Blood was flowing on its body. This monster's appearance was like a giant heart, thumping. It was also like a giant octopus, waving many tentacles. It was extremely strange. Just now, it was this monster formed from spiritual chi that had sucked Li Long, who had just been killed by Chu Yang, into a dried corpse. This scene was eerie and strange, causing people to tremble. Everyone in the Li family froze on the spot and were extremely terrified. Compared to Chu Yang killing Li Long, the scene in front of them made them even more terrified. Even Chu Yang's pupils could not help but shrink slightly. This Li, in front of him, clearly had a devil martial spirit. If his deduction was correct, it should be the blood devil martial spirit. Hee, bastards, you are afraid. Li laughed sinisterly like a devil. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the tentacles as if he was stroking his beloved woman. He said softly, "Buddy, you have been wronged. You have been sealed by that old bastard for so long. However, thanks to our benefactor, you have finally reappeared in this world." The tentacles were responding like a puppy licking Li's face. Li could not help but laugh. Amidst the unbridled laughter, Li rose from the origin martial realm to the transcendence realm at a visible speed. This is truly shocking. Did he directly advance to the transcendence stage after swallowing the blood of a half-step to Nirvana stage? Chu Yang was a little shocked. In front of the blood demon martial spirit, no matter if it was a demonic beast or a cultivator, they would all become nourishment. After absorbing their cultivation and blood, the blood demon martial spirit's cultivation would continuously soar. Li stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. Facing the people of the Li family, he revealed his snow-white teeth and laughed strangely. "Trash, I can feel the thirst of my baby. All of you will become its nourishment." Eastern Wilderness 008. Are you going to release a demon to bring disaster to the East Continent and plunge the East Continent into misery and suffering? Everyone in the Li family was incomparably terrified. The Li family's second master even roared at Chu Yang. He actually counted on Chu Yang to deal with such a monster. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. "So what? What does the East Continent have to do with me?" He sneered. These people of the Li family were all capable people. He had just killed Li Long, and now they actually wanted him to subdue a demon. Huh. This Li even laughed out loud. "Trash, you're actually counting on your benefactor to save you? Don't you know how angry he was when you turned Chao Xiaomei into something neither human nor ghost?" With that, he knelt down in front of Chu Yang. "Benefactor, there is no need for you to dirty your hands by killing these trash. Let me do it for you. You lowly bastard, your foundation is extremely shallow to reach the transcendence realm. Do you think you will be our chi? Without any warning, tentacles suddenly shot out from the ground. Like spears, they pierced through the Li family members from the bottom and emerged from the top of their heads. Chapter 1182. Bang! 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 The main members of the Leaf family were all dead. The servants of the Leaf family trembled in fear and fell to the ground one by one. Very scheming. Chu Yang was also surprised by this move, because he had to be on guard against this Li Li. Arrest! He secretly attacked one of the servants of the Li family and took back his soul. He immediately understood the identity of this Li Li. Li Yi, son of Li Long, half-Eastern wilderness blood. Chu Yang looked through the servant's memories and found that this person could be killed, so he directly crushed his soul. Benefactor, good move. At this time, Li Ye's blood was surging and his eyes were faintly scarlet. He said in admiration, I have the blood demon martial soul, but compared to Benefactor, I am inferior. Li Yi was temporarily awake, but he didn't know what would happen next. He was afraid that he would completely turn into a murderous maniac. Name? Chu Yang asked, and then sighed his heart. A son swallowing the blood essence of his father. No matter what, this was a kind of tragedy. I have maternal instincts. My mother's surname is also Li. My name is Li Yi. Li Yi was grateful to Chu Yang, but at the same time, he was incomparably respectful. His blood demon martial soul was obviously very afraid when facing Chu Yang, and this was also the reason why he could still stay awake. You should know that he is your father. This is an undeniable fact. Why did you do such a thing? He is just a piece of trash. Li gnashed his teeth, and the scarlet in his eyes became more intense. Chu Yang couldn't say anything more. From the Li family servant soul, he roughly knew what kind of situation Li Yi was in the Li family. A father to a son to such a degree. Come here. He waved at Li Yi, and Li Yi could only do as he was told. Slap. Chu Yang suddenly slapped Li Ye's face fiercely, causing him to turn away. Immediately, Li Ye's eyes shone with a fierce light, but this person was Chu Yang. He immediately revealed a look of fear, and his violent rage immediately calmed down. Li Yi, if your mother were to see your current state, what would she think? Tell me. Hearing this, Li Ye's entire body trembled, and he lowered his head. Let me ask you again, what is a demon? Li Ye's eyes revealed a look of confusion when he heard Chu Yang's voice and wondered what Chu Yang meant. You can degrade yourself, but please don't degrade a demon. Chu Yang said coldly, the demon in my heart isn't a lunatic, nor is it a murderous demon. If I find you one day, I'll kill you. I'll kill you by my hands. Remember this. He was the one who released Li Ye's demon, so he was responsible for it. If Li Yi really became a murderous demon that only knew how to kill, then he had the obligation to end it. Chu Yang thought for a while and felt that it was better to be safe than sorry. He reached out his hand and touched Li Ye's forehead. Don't say that I didn't tell you what a demon is. This is my understanding. When he passed on his understanding of the demon to Li Yi, he also imprinted a trace of his imprint into Li Ye's blood demon martial spirit. The blood demon martial spirit didn't dare to resist. It trembled like a servant as it accepted its master's kindness. Little thing, I hope you can follow my glory. Upon hearing Chu Yang's voice, Li Yi could only see his own blood demon martial spirit in the deepest part of Chu Yang's consciousness sincerely kowtowing. The original fear had completely turned into loyalty, and even more so, it shone with infinite glory. Chapter 1183. This, Li Yi was incomparably shocked. He couldn't completely control the blood demon martial spirit, but in front of Chu Yang, the blood demon martial spirit was so humble. At this moment, he felt that even if Chu Yang asked the blood demon martial soul to devour its master, the blood demon martial soul would not hesitate at all. Therefore, when Li Yi looked at Chu Yang, his benefactor, he suddenly felt that the benefactor in front of him was incomparably tall and imposing. He was like a celestial being, a supreme existence that he could not touch at all. He had just received guidance, which was an unprecedented good fortune. Thank you, benefactor. Li Yi knelt down deeply and lowered his head. He did not dare to show any disrespect or presumptuousness. You don't have to do this. This is what I should do. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he looked at the servants of the Li family present and said to Li Yi, "There may be good people among them. Don't kill them all." "Benefactor." Li suddenly raised his head and immediately said in a ferocious voice, "There is no good person in the Li family. Their hands are stained with the blood of the people of the eastern wilderness." "Don't be so extreme," Chu Yang scolded. "I just told you not to humiliate yourself and not to tarnish the devil. You should not be blinded by hatred. I believe that your mother would not want you to be like this." "Thank you, benefactor." Suddenly, a beautiful woman screamed loudly. Before the woman came close, she had already knelt down in front of Chu Yang and crawled all the way. Chu Yang was startled. How could he accept such a grand gesture? He hurriedly moved his body and arrived in front of the woman. He forcibly helped her up. "Auntie, what are you doing? I can't accept such a grand gesture from you." "I can accept it. I can accept it." The woman's snot and tears flowed down her face as she said, "Benefactor, when you were teaching here, I heard everything. Benefactor's great kindness. This lowly woman is grateful to the point of shedding tears. I'm unable to repay you, but I beg Benefactor to restrain his demonic nature. Don't let him turn into a demon." This woman clearly knew that Li Yi possessed the blood demon martial spirit and was extremely anxious. Truly, the hearts of parents in the world were pitiful. The woman was about to kneel again, but Chu Yang could only stop her. "Auntie, I'm also from the eastern wilderness. People from the eastern wilderness aren't cheap, and don't call yourself that. If you continue to act like this, my father will definitely whip me if he finds out." After a while, Chu Yang finally stopped Li Ye's mother and said, "Auntie, you don't have to worry about the things here. Let's go back first." At the same time, he said to Li Yi, "I'll have to trouble you to find that Li Li. He needs to give an explanation for what he did." The woman clearly understood Chu Yang's intention. He didn't want her to see a bloody scene, so she immediately said, "Benefactor, you don't have to worry. It's just a scene of murder. I can still see it." After saying that, she fiercely reprimanded Li Yi. "Yer, how can you dirty your benefactor's hands? Why don't you kill all of these people?" "Yes, mother." Li Yi immediately used his blood demon martial spirit. Tentacles shot out and killed everyone present. His aura suddenly increased, but his eyes were still clear. He then cupped his fists at Chu Yang and said, "Benefactor, please wait for a moment." After saying that, he disappeared with a swish. After a short while, Li Yi grabbed a young man who was trembling all over and threw him to the ground with a bang. "Benefactor, this is that bastard Li Li. He's the one who drove Chao Xiaomei crazy." "Benefactor, how do you want to deal with him?" Chu Yang sneered. "Of course I'm going to put him in a dog cage. I'll let him have a taste of what it's like to be stuffed into a dog cage." "Benefactor, I'll do it. Such a lowly thing should be done by a lowly person like me." Li Yi was about to move, but he was stopped by Chu Yang. "Don't feel inferior just because you have such a father. You're not lowly. At least, that's what I think." Li Yi's entire body trembled. The benefactor in front of him seemed to know everything. After saying that, Chu Yang ignored Li Li's screams and stuffed him into the dog cage. Then, he put the sleeping Chao Xiaomei into his interspatial ring and floated away. He instantly disappeared without a trace, leaving only his voice behind. "Help me hang him outside, and let the people of Sevenwell City watch him until he goes crazy. Farewell, benefactor." Chapter 1184. Chu Yang was in a hurry and in a hurry. In the Sevenwell City, someone saw him and the parrot. In the Sevenwell Demon Realm, someone also saw the two of them. In the Sky Academy, Chu Yang caused a huge commotion. At that time, he and the parrot were also very eye-catching. How could the Saint Master not see him when he appeared? Most importantly, he tried his best to humiliate the Saint Master in the Seven-Wheel Demon Realm. This old bastard probably hated him to the core. Therefore, the old bastard would definitely investigate his identity. If he connected the two, he would probably be suspicious and would definitely confirm whether he was in the Sky Academy or not. If this was the case, the Saint Master should be able to find out his identity. This was definitely not what Chu Yang wanted to see. Although he claimed that he had fallen together with the seven-wheeled demon realm and would only appear after his cultivation had reached a certain level, how could an old bastard like the Saint Master believe him so easily? Overall, Chu Yang felt that this was a big flaw in his plan. Of course, all of this might not happen at all, but he had to imagine the worst. It was better to be safe than sorry. While Chu Yang was dealing with the Seven-Will Cities Li family, Sima Jian called Cui Xinho, Lejing, and Hao Haodong over at the seal of the Sky Academy's passage. He went straight to the point. You should be able to feel that you are about to break through, right? Yes, senior. In these past few days, under the guidance of Sima Jian, Cui Xinho's group of 3 had completely gone through the primordial martial realm, Qi soul realm, ascending soul realm, and soul circulation realm once more. Their foundations were countless times more solid than before. They cultivated day and night. Sima Jian was even more strict. If they were careless, they would be severely punished. Moreover, to be honest, they all felt that cultivation was a bit dangerous. Then you should also feel it. Your lightning punishment is about to descend. The 3 of them had a solemn expression. Generally speaking, lightning punishment would only descend when a cultivator broke through to the soul amalgamation realm. However, when they were breaking through to the spirit realm, the lightning punishment would descend. This made them very nervous. They knew the reason. That was because there were otherworldly demons in the passageway. They had comprehended and absorbed the laws of the otherworld. Although they had become very strong, they had also attracted lightning punishment. Sima Jian saw that the 3 of them had serious expressions on their faces, so he said bluntly, if the lightning punishment falls, the 3 of you only have a 50% chance of surviving the lightning punishment, or even lower. Now, tell me your answer. There's only a 50-50 chance, or even lower. Cui Xinho, Lejing, and Hao Haodong couldn't help but frown. After all, this was a matter of life and death. If you don't have the guts, then go back to the village and get married and start a family. After that, don't think about anything else. In the future, if you're bullied by the people of the East Continent, there is no need to feel any resentment. Just accept it in peace because this is your choice. Just as Sima Jian finished speaking, Hao Haodong opened his mouth and said, Senior, I feel that after a while, the chances of surviving the lightning tribulation will increase. Why are you in such a hurry? Because of the Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness. The 3 of them were shocked. Senior, what happened in the Eastern Wilderness? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.